All right, what is good, stream? The old telescoping wand is here. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that bootcamp command and I must have like literally mistyped a letter or something like that. I don't know. It's strange, but thank you so much, Amory, for taking care of that. Yo, what's good, everybody? Woo! Let me fix this first. Oh, I made it with no exclamation point. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, well, I'm glad it was something as simple as that. Um, welcome, day one, Labs Bootcamp. A little delayed. Only got about an hour of sleep. Pretz, who I'm now gonna start calling my old lady, um, kept me up for most of the night. She didn't. She was a little restless, but she'll be all right. She'll be all right. She'll be all right. You need one with the finger pointer. Uh, yep. Yo, what up, Doc? So anyway, we're gonna get right into it. I was explaining what boot camp was, but I'll just, read it here. Labs Boot Camp is the first of a 2-day weekend event where I run through multiple exercises and info sessions with my less experienced PvP community members to help them to catch up and close the gap with more experienced PvP players in the Crucible. If anybody is interested in participating tomorrow, for example, I mean, especially if you're a regular here, it'll be at 1 p.m. Sunday again tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a little bit more of a practical hands-on and reps type experience. Today will be more of ask questions. I've got several of my less experienced folks in the Discord call with me right now. This is for you guys. I told them that a second ago. I'll go ahead and I'm sure they're on the stream, but um, yeah, this is for you guys. So pull those questions up. Think about build crafting. The framework for today is going to end up being a couple of VOD reviews. So Starlight and Eon ended up sending in a couple of VODs. So we'll do a couple of VOD reviews. Then after that, we'll do build crafting, right? So questions and kind of info on build crafting. You guys know how I like to do this. If you've seen my YouTube videos, the few that I've made, it's more about like encouraging critical thinking and giving a framework for how you build craft in PvP, how you think about build crafting in PvP, and then that framework allows you to then think critically about a specific build tailored to your specific playstyle that you want to get involved with, right? So much of it is about like learning about the systems, learning about we're going to get armor 3.0, 4.0, whatever this armor system is going to get. So of course, learning about the broader systems of build crafting, but so much of it about is definitely like keeping up, right, with new exotics that come out, keeping up with new fragments that come out and things like that, or just like reading more about the descriptions of each fragment and things, and then just kind of thinking critically about what synergizes with a particular build that you're trying to come out on top with in the Crucible. So yeah, really, it's just about encouraging good critical thinking, but giving a framework about how you think about build crafting to the point where you can go out and build this GOAT build yourself, and how other folks end up doing the same thing to great effect in the Crucible that you might have seen somebody like Jingleheimer, for example. So, okay, good, Starlight. Good to hear. Good to hear. I just didn't want to like double up. I know folks are watching the stream and in the Discord with me, so I just I don't want to like unmute and do both. So I'm glad you guys are watching the stream and catching this part too. So second part will be build crafting. Last part will be just questions in general. Just trying to keep it as succinct as possible. You guys had asked some questions initially in the Discord when I had prompted you guys, my ones and twos, my less experienced PvP players. So we'll go through those questions. I've got Aluka here with me, who is a high level player. A couple of other high level players are going to be stepping in and out. I'm sure they'll be able to fill in any gaps in knowledge and experience that I am not necessarily on top of, or any subclass stuff or class stuff that I don't necessarily use. Uh, but yeah, just use us as a resource. And you guys are all like good personable people. So it's just like I feel comfortable saying if you're a one or a two, just feel free, just gently interrupt me if you have a question, either through stream. Just make sure that you add illPhysics so that I actually like see it highlighted, or if you're in the call, this is a conversation more than anything else, outside of me just giving information. I'm trying to be succinct with the information so that there can be a back and forth, a conversation, to make sure that folks understand, but also just are asking as many questions as they have and have had, because today is about closing that gap, right, as much as possible, at the very least with knowledge, and then tomorrow we'll try to close a little bit of that gap in experience between, like I said, less experienced PvP players, more experienced PvP players. Tomorrow we'll do that more practically with boots on the ground. We'll do that a little bit in either getting in reps, in a couple of games, learning some positioning, some rotations, and also some head glitches and things along that line. Just little things that you can add up to make a bigger impact in the game, get more damage, how to stay alive a little bit better in games, how to peak, when to peak, things along that line. So excited for it. Thanks again to my folks who ended up supporting this stream. I would say Jam and also AK, for kind of contributing and supporting this specific activity. AK for giving me the great idea about it as well. I think I was thinking about it a little bit, but AK definitely like spurred me to make sure that we got this done. We'll definitely do it again as well, depending upon the feedback and what you guys need. But that Labs is mainly in service to my less experienced players. It's great. Labs is great for me to play. It's great for me to play with a lot of my high level friends or whatnot. But as I've always said, and set the bar for Labs, it's first and foremost, it has to be about like helping my less experienced players get better, especially now, man, because it's just like it's not easy to get into the Crucible right now. It's just not, man. The bar is so high for both the knowledge that you need, the knowledge that you need, and then the experience that you need, because this game has been out for like 7 years. PvP has been out for like 7-8 years, right? And so it's just really important to me, but also it's really important to me to get people caught up. I mean, that's going to make for a better experience for all of us, right, population wise. But uh but yeah, man, I lost my train of thought. That's gonna make a better experience for all of us, population wise, for sure. But yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I listed this. This is the last thing I'll say, and then we'll get started. I talked about this on Twitter like a while back, and every once in a while, the fact that so much of getting better at PvP and closing that gap really is just like knowledge. It really is knowledge, right? It's just like this synergizes with this. This is a glitch spot, right here. Like some of those like power positions on maps will literally just win games. Like Aluka knows. Some of the power positions on some of these maps in competitive will literally just win games. So it's just like so many people know how to hit your shots, especially at the pace of play that you play at. Now it's about, okay, hit this position while hitting your shots, and you just see your impact in games just skyrocket, right? And so it's about giving you a bunch of little things, right? And then seeing that add up, because sometimes a bunch of those little things end up being, like multiplicative, not necessarily just additive. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Balatro. Let's get to it. Ugh. You're going to jump into customs to show explanation sometimes when necessary, for sure. I'm going to load up the game at times, but more so customs will happen tomorrow, for sure, when it comes to like positioning and like glitch spots and things along that line, for sure. Yep, you definitely can hide the mechanics gap with better positioning and things along that line. Yep, we can. Yep, that'll be tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow for sure. All right, like I said. The old lady over there kept me up like all night, so just caffeinating and bear with me. Bear with me. I've got an elderly dog now. Yo, these emotes are crazy, bro. What are we doing, Ben? Bro, what are we doing? All right. I think first up, we have Starlight Vex, who has recorded a match for us. So what we'll do is we'll watch the match first. There's only two matches. One is from Starlight. Thank you very much, Starlight, and also to Eon, of course. And it's 11 and a half minutes. The other one, I think, from Eon is like 8 or 9 minutes. So we'll just watch it first. I have some notes. I'm going to take a couple of other notes. Luca or any other higher level player in the chat, or just if you have anything to contribute as well. I mean, you know me. It's just like somebody might not necessarily play at a high level, quote unquote, high level. But they may have something to contribute based on, what they see, or even just be able to springboard off of something that I say, or that Starlight ends up indicating with regards to her play or Eon, etc. Shut up, Colin. um, I'm trying to work here, man. Man, I'll tell you, grow up, dog, grow up. So anyway, yeah. So we'll watch the VODs first. They're not very long. Then we'll give some thoughts on it, and then, like I said, we'll move over to build crafting, and then we'll move over to a couple of other things. Let's get to it. Starlight got this to us in HD. Let's go. Make sure it sounds good here. Oh yeah, we get the queue time too. Hell yeah. That gives me a second to take care of some stuff. One sec. Hold on. How do we know? How do we know? What indicator do we have here? How do we know it's controller?
Yeah, the circle in the middle of the screen.
Oh, is that what that is? See, I don't even know these things. is that what it looks like? Oh yeah, because I have a mouse, right? The D-pad, the Vault 2. Ah, yeah, cool. Oh, I like the fact that you have your stats in the top right there. That's kind of cool. As a stat nerd myself. Shut up, Jason. I thought you were still on controller, Aluka. I just switched to PC from controller, so still using a controller. Yeah, no, do you like me? Like I do not care. I'm just I don't know what it looks like. I haven't used a controller like forever, and you guys know me. Like you guys saw me play controller Destiny 1, right? And it is just embarrassing. It's honestly just embarrassing, man. I can't. My brain just doesn't work that way anymore, man. I was getting rolled when we stepped into PvP in Destiny 1 a couple weeks ago. Rolled. Oh, let me get my water from over here. Oh man, we get the music too, man. I haven't had my music on in like forever. Sorry, lad, I'm curious. What CPU and GPU do you have? And you can feel free to just talk in chat as well, or in the voice call as well.
I don't know. I was actually gifted my PC from a good friend whenever he
Oh,
upgraded.
oh, very cool, very cool. I'm about to do the same thing actually because I got a bunch of parts and I'm about to build a PC for my roommate actually. So very very cool. What was I gonna say? Oh, do you play? It looks like you play in windowed mode. Is that correct? Based on the
Yes.
okay, gotcha. Is there a reason why? I'm just curious. Is there a reason why you don't play in windowed borderless? Like to remove the border up top that says Destiny 2?
I don't know.
No, okay.
I
Yeah.
just like it.
You just got it. Oh, you just like it. Okay. All right. Hey, totally fair. Totally fair. Yeah, I just okay, so just didn't like if you didn't know, there's if at any point in time you get annoyed by it, there is a windowed bordered mode as well in the video settings to remove that border or whatnot. But hey, if you like it and or don't mind it, just letting you know. All right, let's get back to it. Hey, get shit on. Let's go. I saw it coming. I'm like, that's coming. Hey, I like it. Good sportsmanship. Let's go. Good sportsmanship. I like it. See, this is my folks. On PC, as well. You have to switch to team. Fire team chat will end up sending it to anybody that's actually in your fire team. So somebody that's still with you, like in orbit. But if you type in /T, I believe, and then press enter, that'll switch it to team, and then that will message your actual like team, like the blueberries. But fire team won't message anybody but the people that are actually in orbit with you, like your actual fire team. Oh, you can press tab to rotate between them as well. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yep. Gotcha. Oh yeah, you can press tab as well. Okay, yeah. So different options. I'm just like an OG nerd, so I just press /T. But yeah, The big distinction is, nobody's gonna get that message if they're blueberries, other than the /team. And then if you're actually in a social space, it's local. It's local, and this is for anybody that's like new to PC, because I didn't know this until I came to PC, and then some random person in the tower was saying weird stuff, and that's when I turned off local chat. Yep. I didn't know either. Most definitely. I always have my text chat off. I got reamed when I had it on once in PvP. Yeah. Well, I tell people all the time, I've had my DMs off since like year one. You know, like being black, number one, being a woman, number two. Oh man, public enemies. You just don't want to have your DMs on, man, unless you got the strongest of mentals and absolutely like thrive on hate, because people just say dumb shit, man, just absolute dumb shit. It's just unnecessary, man. It's a game. Get over yourself. They were emoting at me, so I thought it was something important. That's great. Yeah, being black, being a woman, you know what I'm saying? Being someone in the, LGBTQA community. I mean, it's just people are crazy, man. People are crazy. Yep, I keep the whispers off myself. All right. Great gameplay. That oh man, that Nova B was crazy. Was crazy. I'm telling you. I don't know. I might have put my controller down for a second at that point if I was getting Nova like that. Let's see here. Starlight, first, do you have any questions specifically relevant to this game right here?
I'm not an aggressive player, and a lot of people are aggressive. So wherever it comes, like in PvE, yes, I can be more aggressive because I know the rules. But in PvP, I kind of I can't meet that aggression from especially like Titans.
Goddamn Titans. Oh man, I hate them. I play it.
I thought you were playing very aggressive.
You said what, AK?
I thought you were playing very aggressive.
I'm going to talk about that. Okay, so okay, let me think. So, aggression, I talk often about like fast and slow. Aggression, like I feel like people think it's always holding W because we talk about, W key warrior, right? But it's about accurate aggression, right? I've used that term before. I probably haven't used it in a bit, actually. It's about accurate aggression, right? It's about slow, fast. What I mean by those terms is you're slowing down enough in order to give yourself time to process the information. I even wrote down a time frame. Hold on, I'll show you. 7:55 about. There it goes. So check the radar in the top left-hand corner. So I probably haven't talked about this in a while too. Like, I really should get some sort of like eye tracker. I think we'll do that this year. Some sort of eye tracker or like keyboard, like key press, so you guys can actually see like how I'm pressing keys. But more important, the eye tracker specific to this right here of seeing like when I'm checking the radar. I don't know how. Like I feel like maybe we all at a high level like do it similarly, but there's got to be something like that Aluka does differently, slightly different to the radar or not. But I do feel like we all kind of are glancing up at the radar every few seconds. Like Aluka, do you do that? I literally, not even every few seconds. Like I would say, like I'm glancing back and forth at the radar and my gameplay, and it's just subconscious at this point. It's literally like every half second I'm just blinking at the radar. I'm up left, I'm coming back up left, and are you doing that?
Depends on what I'm playing. If I'm playing sixes, then I'll like look every so often and make sure I'm not like before I go in somewhere. Before you peek, the rule of thumb is before you peek a lane, before you go into a building, before you go onto a zone, like high occupancy areas, always check. But when I'm playing like threes and fours, if I'm not actively in a gunfight, I'm staring at my radar. I can tell where I need to go. And that comes with positioning and like spawn traps and all that stuff. You can tell where you need to go and who's going to spawn where by paying attention to just time and radar.
Yeah.
But to start off, like I have written down here, keep eye on radar and positioning control. It's when you're playing and you're like going to take those angles, especially with a pulse rifle, you need to pay attention to your distancing.
Yeah, I have that written down.
Is not if your distancing is very far away, and you're looking at your radar, and someone's like 2 clicks away on the top left. Like in this situation here, there's a guy sitting in the room, and
that's what I'm about to mention. Yeah. So let me cut you off right there. We'll come back around because you're mentioning a couple of things that we're gonna come right back around to. So yeah, right here. This is why I started. So cool. And so if this is me, okay, I see a small slice outside, top right. It goes right here, and then it's right there, and it's there, right? But it disappears, right? That's because somebody's crouching. So whenever somebody's crouching, that slice of the pie is going to blink not as often as if they're not crouching, right? And so so that's not only how that somebody's crouching in there, and it's something that that's the reason why my eyes are always going back and forth, I guess. But it's a great time to reference exactly what Aluka just said while you're capping that point, and occupying a little bit of cover as well. You're looking at the radar. to see, you know, what's ahead of you, but especially before you go into an area that's similar, like we always call them party rooms, right? The party rooms are where the Titans are, the shotguns are, the fusions, you know, the close quarters stuff. And this is the party room for this map. Like these three little areas right here. This room right here, the room in the middle right there, and then the room right above the stairs, right? And so while you're capping that point, just make sure that you're, you know, not in a lane invisible, right? As much as possible, stand off to the side behind some sort of cover, and you're basically just looking at that radar to ping ahead of you. And then, you know, once you kind of have all that information, or as much information as you can, you know, from that point, but you're just kind of like doubling up while you're capping the flag. You're staying still, hopefully, like I said, behind a little bit of cover, so you actually have time to just, you know, stare at the radar and kind of plan your next step, which leads me into you know, what I was going to say next. And so that's why you'll see it right there. You passed right by that person that was crouching, and actually I think your teammate did the same thing as well. Yep, teammate did the same thing as well. Now, this is something out of his, like, we all get tricked by it. We're not all watching the radar like 24/7, you know, like that's why crouching can be effective at times. Like you'll see me do it in games a decent amount for sure. Especially if, you know, like I'm really trying to just, you know, get a trade out or something along that line. But to just keep an eye out for that. Keep in mind, everybody, with regards to radar, if it's like hard red like that, right? Deep red like that, they're on the same level as you, right? If it's a lighter shade of red, then they're either above or below you, right? So that's how you can tell what level they're at in comparison to you if there's verticality on the map. And then, of course, you know, just to kind of mention stuff, even though it might be obvious to folks, of course, but maybe not some other folks, you know, if it's a slice like that, top left, and it's not an actual like dot. The dot means you're literally right on top of them, right? Like the big circle. A pie means that they are not right up on top of you, but, you know, off to the left, right, or wherever that, you know, is indicated by that particular slice of the pie. And then an actual slice on the outside of the circle, like right, what you see right there at the top, means that they're in that direction, but they're farther off, right? So those are the big things with regards to radar, and you can kind of like plan your movements accordingly. But Luca made a great point, you know, like if you're not actively engaged, then you're generally paying attention to the radar for both the stuff that I just talked about, but also the stuff that Luca talked about, where your teammates are, how many teammates are near you, right? And don't get crazy and stress out trying to determine all of this. It'll naturally come. Right. I talk about the fact that we give you all this information and just, you know, store some of it, work on some other stuff, but it's going to come back around. You know, you're going to internalize it, and it's going to pop up in a game, and then it's going to click at some point. But don't actively try to be tracking literally everything that we talk about today. That's just too much. That's just too much. You know, just take it one step at a time, focus on one thing at a time in your gameplay, and just allow this knowledge to kind of just like sit in the back of your mind until it pops up and it clicks. And when that does, that experience is going to do much more for you than just like studying like it's a test. That's not worth it to do it like that. Let me see. Oh, the last thing I'll say. So of course the radar is about where the enemies are and where your team is. And that's, again, an obvious statement, but what Lucas said is maybe not so much obvious. You're looking at that and kind of absorbing that information so that you can recognize spawns eventually. That's the next level, is recognize where you're spawning, where your team is spawning, where the enemy team is spawning, recognizing gaps in the radar to recognize where potential spawns might be, based off of like just the experience of knowing where the general spawns are, right? This is a very easy map with regards to spawns. You're generally going to force spawn in the two spots that, you know, out on like the cliff over there or in the building behind us. But you know, on other maps, there are like sometimes like 3 or 4 like main spawns. And by absorbing the information that you have on the radar, and knowing the general information of where the hard spawns are. I mean, when I say hard spawns, it's the main ones. Soft spawns, I'll use that term for every once in a while you'll spawn like right on top of your teammate or something like that. There are general areas where that might happen, but that's less frequent. So hard spawns and soft spawns. But once you absorb the information from the radar, recognize where those hard spawns are in particular, you'll definitely become more adept at recognizing where potential enemies might be, and also be able to connect with your teammates a little bit better. So yeah. Let's see. I liked the prep work at the start. Prismatic Warlock is just so much fun. Let's see. Yep, so we ended up moving. Nice. Got the prep work done on the way, which is great. Just min-maxing time, actions per second. Right? Yep. Got the special. Got it. Cool. And this is something that you did at the start. Like you might have aimed it a little high. That's irrelevant. I'm sure you noticed that, and you'll get that. But this was still great. When you start with certain special weapons, you're making sure that you're utilizing them to start. A sniper, like you want to get your snipes out and be impactful to start. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in party room with a sniper, which is not an optimal distance to do what you need to do with a sniper. It's not to say that high level snipers aren't going to try to like slide up on you and body shot or whatnot, but you might as well have a shotgun on if that's the first thing that you do with a sniper, right? So whenever I'm sniping or whenever I have something on that is like, a GL, that's an area denial GL or something like that, I'm thinking about where I'm going to use that first if I can, to kind of just get, it's prep work. It's wet work. It's prep work. And so it's great that you went ahead and pulled this out to try to create some space, especially while you're capping. So this is just a great sequence of events. You went ahead and popped your arc buddy. You went ahead and got on the point, got the special, got there in time to ensure that you were there before the enemy team. You're on the flag. Now you've got your prep work, and you're just trying to create space to ensure that you have a little bit more time to get this cap, and that anybody that approaches, will have to, hopefully go through, your GL. And you can also just force people to change position, or push people into positions that are more advantageous for you by pushing them around the damage that they don't want to take, right, from this, if you put this down in the right spot. So just a good sequence of events with regards to how you're kind of stepping through this right here. We'll continue to work with that right there, because I'm telling you, that wall got fucked up. And so I have a question for like this frame right here. Are we always starting with a hip fire? Should we have been hip firing the entire time, everybody? I just don't know. I don't use BRXR frame. So should we be ADSing as much as Starlight is ADSing? And Starlight, feel free to answer it as well. I just don't know.
Aim in long range. Don't aim short range.
Gotcha. So if we're this close, we're generally just hip firing, right?
Yeah, controller gets the aim assist with hip firing on that.
Controller gets the aim assist with what? I'm sorry, say it again.
Very, very big aim assist with the hip firing on the BXR frame.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Hip fire the whole time, pretty much, is what Emmanuel says. What's up? In close quarters, I hip fire. I generally never ADS them. Okay, gotcha. I know that Drewski, shout out to my goat, loves snapshot on his BXR, because if necessary, he can end up like, a lot of times just in general, he ends up with a lot of his weapons, uses the stickiness of that hip fire to lock on, and then if need be at longer ranges, comes in with snapshot and ADSs or whatnot. Yeah, that's consistent with what I've seen and heard as well, is for the most part, you are hip firing with it, especially on controller. So just, I guess, keep that in mind, because you don't need to screw up your sensitivity. Whenever you zoom in, of course, you have limited frame of field of view, and also your sensitivity changes as well with how quickly you can actually rotate that reticle, right? So if you hip fire, then you get more view, of what's around you, and also you keep a consistent, like reticle speed with regards to like how you move your thumbsticks, right? So yeah, that's the strength of that frame for sure. So more hip fire for sure. Let's see. Honestly, I just have like timestamps when I was looking at this yesterday. So great start. Continue to prep behind cover as much as you can, right? Prep behind cover as much as you can. This is a good example right here as well. Like this is something that was happening the entire clip. Just don't get stuck in the mindset, everybody. Don't get stuck in the mindset that aggression means always holding W, right? Because from right here, we see a little bit of a slice over to the left, right? You've got teammates in front of you, so you've got some support. There's no big rush to just continue to hold W into this engagement, like right here, and certainly not to waste your area denial GL in this room right here. So if we just take a little bit of time right here, right? Because you've got support, you've got teammates around you or whatnot. Take a little time. Then we see that A is getting capped. Then we could just like peek shoot this, right? Peek shoot this GL and try to make sure that that we hit this space over here. And then we can even wait a split second to see if that ended up tagging anything. And then we can push through maybe to like clean up. But we're also, because we know that's like a hard spawn over there, we're also kind of like pinging the radar to see if there's going to be like multiple people capping A or multiple people in that zone before we, end up continuing to push through. Another thing is, what was I going to say? What is it? I was going to say something. I'm sure it'll come to me. But yeah, so we just didn't need to rush that. We end up like hitting that there. We see some more slices in the pie. You have a teammate here, so this is still a good push because you've got that support or whatnot. They're taking damage anytime that I talk about a lot. This person is in the fight. They've got an exclamation point over their head, which means they're taking damage, of course. So and they're shooting, which means in my mind, I'm just like, oh, I need to get in that fight like right now. That's the time to kind of like, expose yourself from behind cover. It looks like it's just one person for now, right? And get in that fight real quick. And so it was too late at that point to get in that fight, right? Because now your teammates down, and now it's a 1v like 2. So if you see an exclamation point on the head, you're full health, right? And they're engaged in that fight. My first thought is I'm trying to get engaged in that same fight, and I'm trying to shoot the exact same person to try to get that TTK down so that we can eliminate that person, so that we can hopefully both stay alive and move on to the next engagement. And so now, all right, we're going to end up hip firing next time again through this. That ADS right there ended up like killing your FOV to the point where you just have to do a lot more work in order to try to address this immortal yellow person right here. They come through, they've got a shotgun. This is still like good positioning in this corner right here. It's not bad, It's just that you like kind of like what Lucas said a second ago, you don't you have a pulse rifle and a GL. And so definitely I think one of the things to think about like sooner rather than later is what types of positioning you should take based on the weapons and the weapon ranges that you have. So because you don't have a shotgun, because you don't have a fusion, because you have an air denial GL and a BXR, frame pulse rifle, you don't really need to be playing too deeply in these rooms, right? If this were me, I would still be probably in this room back here with the pulse. If I'm gonna push up to this other room, I'd still be kind of generally in this room right here. I'd use the GL either to like drops like to hinder anybody from pushing through here, or I'd drop it on A. But knowing me, I'd probably use it as kind of just like an air denial in this room right here, and then I would just try to like BXR like through this doorway right here, and then just bait this spawn into this room onto my area denial GL. So then throw that GL like here instead. and then bait them through this doorway. And anytime that this person like peeks, hopefully this person slides over, then I'd try to look at that. But still, if my teammate is going to take that fight right there, if my teammate's going to take that fight, some people would not necessarily go in that room. Me, I'm kind of like an ethical hooper. I go in and it's sixes, so I don't care. I'm gonna go in there. I'm still gonna push in that room and help out my teammate because I see that they're shooting. I see that they've got an exclamation point on their head. I see that they're taking damage, and so I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna still try to help. But generally speaking, if this was more of a competitive atmosphere, I don't dictate my movements based off of poor positioning, potentially poor positioning from my teammates, and I would just take the fight from right through this doorway. You know, and if this person just so happens to peek this door frame, I'm already there, I'm looking at it or whatnot, but I'm going to bait backwards because you don't have a shotgun. So say this person has a fusion rifle, they have, like I said, a shotgun, they have a glaive, something close quarters. You want to get real good at just like backtracking, holding that S key and baiting them backwards to force them out of range just enough to the point where the TTK on your weapon ends up, you know, like ends up being enough at that point, right? Because if you're right up on them, the TTK is not going to be enough in order to address their shotgun, which is a one-hit kill. But if you bait backwards, then they have to continue to close distance, right? Now your TTK is going to be enough, you know? Now your TTK is going to be enough. That makes a lot of sense. How can you tell if there is more than one person on the radar? Is it the intensity of the part of the radar? So I'll show it up here. All right. So, man, radar is such an interesting concept. I think Ascendant Nomad had a pretty good video on it. So we see this right here. You see this slice of the pie. If it were similar to this room the last time that we were in it and talking about it, and it was a big red, just hard red circle, that means that that person right there is right on top of you. Right? They're right on top of you in the sense that they're not above you. They're not below you. They're on the same level. They're right on top of you. When it's a slice up here, top left, and let me see just to confirm. Yeah, so that's what I thought. This right here was right there. This right here was that lighter shade of red. Like I said before, it's a lighter shade of red, but it's an actual like slice. Right? It's an actual piece of a pie, a slice of pie. That means that they're not right on top of you, as in they're not in the same position as you. They're not in the same room as you, you know, but they are to the left of you, immediately to the left of you. So if you continue to push through that door, it will end up being a circle, but it's a lighter shade of red. So that means they're either above or below you. And map knowledge will tell you, which I'm sure you know, there's no way to get above you on this map, right? Unless they're literally in the same room and jumping, and that would show. But that's not the case here. So they're clearly through this pie, right? That slice of the pie that's light red, a shade of red, not hard red. They're clearly below you. So somebody's down and below you to the left, right? Then you see that totality. You said, how can I tell if there's more than one person? There are at least three enemies here. There's the person that's down below you to the left, and then there's two slices up there. You see those two slices in the top right. There's one directly above you, and then one to the top right of you, right? And that's telling you that there's three people at least right here, and one is a little farther off in front of you, and one is a little farther off top right of you, or right of you. You don't know. I mean, those slices, you wouldn't be able to tell whether the verticality of those, they're not slices. What would I call them? Those pieces of the circle. I don't know what we call them. We'll just call them lines of the circle, just whatever. The lines, you don't know whether they're above or below you, but you do know that they're a little farther off. Yeah, they're pretty faint. You can change that actually. If you go into your gameplay settings, I believe that there is a feature called like HUD opacity or something like that. HUD opacity, right? All of this information that you see right here, you can actually turn it off and you'll just see just the image. You just see the video. You won't see the zone advantage. You won't see 24/6. You won't see any of that. All this is called the HUD. And the opacity, you can actually change it to be like full opacity, which will make all of this as bold as possible so that you can maybe see the radar a little bit easier and things along that line. You know, like once you maybe, I don't, Luca, what do you keep your opacity at?
Let's check.
I personally keep mine at low because I've been playing this game long enough that I don't like I know what to look for. My brain knows what to look for. So it's, I mean, but even so, like I'm sure a lot of people that have been playing just as long, some people have it set for like a full opacity, the
I
HUD.
have it at full.
Yeah. So Luca has it at full opacity, because you know he's younger than me, but he's old. Clearly, I'm younger than him. You know, my eyes don't need it. So anyway, yeah, that option might be something that that you could look at, because even somebody as experienced as Luca still uses it at full because it just makes things easier to see, radar or otherwise. Okay, sounds good, Crow. Yeah, so that's how you can tell right there. True, or a warlock with heat rises. True. So now we push forward right here, and you see, man, you see all this information right here. You see a teammate that just died because they tried to push into spawn. You see your teammate that's right ahead of you, right? That's taking damage, but you can't tell that via the radar. But you can tell it based on the exclamation point over their head, right? That's what it means that when they're taking damage. And then if you check the radar, you see that right here. You see the down teammate. You see the person that the enemy teammate or the enemy opponent that is bottom left of you by the lighter shade of red in this pie right here. And then you see the person that Morel Linko is shooting at right here that is hard red pie because they're directly in front of you. But then you also see two more enemies because this is a spawn, a hard spawn, by this this circle, this line of the circle, right? This arc, we'll call it an arc of the circle. So you see that there's another enemy opponent probably beyond this room on the back spawn, and then you see another one that's faintly right here. That means that there's somebody here, an enemy opponent that's here somewhere. You see an enemy opponent that's back spawn somewhere. You don't know what level they're at. And in fact, honestly, I never even noticed this. It kind of looks like this is a shade as well. So this person that's the enemy opponent could be on a different level over to the right, and this one is at the same level as you over like deep spawn or whatnot. But the different shades definitely between these two are obvious. This person is down and to the left of you, in front of you, and this is the person right here that is on the same level as you and that your teammate is shooting at. So that's how you can know. This doesn't really matter in this vid, but one thing I did is switch to the colorblind setting with yellow radar because the red radar, in my opinion, blends into a lot of the maps in this game. I mess with it like I'm on Tritanopia. That's my color. Like I'm not colorblind, you know. Shout out to John, big love goat. So I'm not colorblind, but I use Tritanopia because it just like vibes with me as well. So that's certainly like a recommendation, a great recommendation from Colin. Mess around with the HUD opacity. You like that, Colin? I'm waiting for Dub to say something in chat. What's it called? Yeah, mess around with the HUD opacity. Mess around with the colorblind settings because they can be beneficial to literally anybody, and just utilize the one, both of those that vibe with you the most, that gives you the most, the best information in game, makes it the easiest to see in the shortest amount of time, and you know, the easiest to discern and absorb in the shortest amount of time. Let's see. All right, water. So, Shiloh in the YouTube chat, echoing something that I said, something that Aluka said, which is just to make sure, you know, like, again, I'm going to just keep on banging this out all day. Like, yes, accurate aggression is the trademark of high-level players. I think there's few people in the game that push harder than Walla. There's few people in the game that push harder than Walla. You know, he's just got the reaction time of a god. Right. And so like people try to maybe like emulate that a little bit too much. And it's just like, it's not about just like holding that W key 24/7. It's about the, hey, make sure that you slow down in certain areas, absorb information from the map, and then utilize that information to then make accurate decisions on how to get aggressive and how to play to play to your greatest advantage, in order to try to help convert to an elimination or to get an objective or whatever else. So just slow down a little bit, think about your kit, and the more you do that, the more you'll be able to like plan for stuff that we just spoke about, which is once you get to this room, like I said, put that aerodynal GL down right there. You got a pulse rifle on, so don't step into that room because you don't have anything other than the aerodynal GL. Bait them through and just shoot through that doorway, and then otherwise pay attention to the radar. Another great thing about that BXR is that you're not ADS, so whenever you ADS, obviously your radar goes away. But with the BXR frame, you don't have to worry about that. Okay, sounds good, Tank. Sounds good. Yeah, I know you got family stuff, man. So yeah, I apologize that I wasn't able to get more with you today, but I'll definitely check you tomorrow, and I'll check in probably later on just to see if you have any questions or any thoughts, something that I can integrate into tomorrow. Did you talk about crosshair placement? I don't think that's important for right now. We can maybe talk about that either later on or tomorrow. I feel like that's one of those things that, isn't necessarily like, it's a little more obvious than the stuff that we're talking about right now, like the gunplay in this game is not as mysterious, right, as maybe some of these other elements that are just harder to discern, especially if you don't have as much experience in the game. So just kind of prioritizing. Is recommending a better loadout important? Not to me. I like, especially when it comes to we'll go over some build crafting stuff, because there should be synergy between, ideally there should be synergy between the weapons that you use, the playstyle that you want to utilize, and then the build crafting that you do around that with regards to your armor, your exotic, and your subclass and stuff. We can talk about that. But when it comes to actual weapons and stuff like that, I very rarely want to like unless there's just like a better BXR frame or something like that, or a better roll on the BXR frame, that's something, but I'm not going to, like if folks are having fun with what they're using, then I'm going to try to like, double down on that and build around that. Yeah. Because people, especially when it comes to weapons, people like their weapons. I wouldn't try to, and I'm not saying you're trying to do this. I'm just saying, just for me saying it, like if I see a VOD and somebody's using like a hand cannon and fusion rifle, I'm not going to suggest a shotgun, unless it's something that they bring up. It's obvious that they like fusion rifles, so I'm going to try to give them the best chance with the fusion rifle that I can possibly give them, both with rolls, roll information, and also with spacing and things like that. Great Ninja Dan introduced me to D2 Foundry for looking at rolls. Yep, that's by our community member, Kat. She runs that website, and it is fantastic. The big ones are DEM, Destiny Item Manager, right? Destiny Item Manager, that's I'm here, so I might as well click on it. Like, they're all right here. DEM, of course, everybody, most people know this. DEM for moving stuff around. Don't look at my vault. Don't look at my stuff. Don't get anxious. I apologize. Then the other one is D2 armor picker.com. That's by Miyago. Let's see. Well, I'm not gonna do it there. I'd have to log in or whatnot, but that's the website that you go to in order to make your builds. I think that Mobilytics, if I'm correct, Mobilytics, is it D2 Mobilytics? That's a new one, actually. I just thought about. It's like D2 Mobilytics or something like that. Mobilytics, yeah, .gg. Yeah, mobilytics.gg. This is a newer website to help you to build out stuff. But I use D2 Armor Picker. It's very straightforward in order to make my builds, which means picking which fragments I use and then utilizing all the stats and the armor that I have, because it integrates all the armor that you have in your vault and on your characters to then make different like stat distributions and things along that line. So DEM, yep, Mobilytics. Another one, by the way, this is like I'm going to name the big three, but because Op is here and he was saying Mobilytics is a newer one, and one that people kind of sleep on, because we have like incredible third-party app developers. One that people sleep on is Braytech. Braytech is dope. And there's also like another website, I can't remember if it's Mobilytics or another one that allows you to go through all your fashion. Like it pulls fashion, like it's crazy, man. I'm telling you. I don't know. I can't remember what that one is. Whether it's Mobalytics or another one, I can't remember what that one is. But the big three, like I said, Dem is for moving stuff around, right? The second, and there's other things too. You see it like vendors and information. You know, there's a few other things, but the big thing that we use it for is moving stuff around. Then it's D2 Armor Picker for organizing, for planning and organizing your stats, and it pulls in your specific armor pieces and stuff to try to give you, you know, like the best, like, and optimized stat distributions, etc. And then the third one that, you know, is the big three for me at least is D2 Foundry that Dan put you on, to try to look at roles, potential roles and things along that line, see TTKs, time to kill, to see what, you know, what you can do in order to build out a gun, and farm for a gun that is both optimal and fits your playstyle. Yeah, I can't remember. It might be Mobalytics. It might be another website. I just can't remember off the top of my head because I haven't used it yet. But there is one that allows you to build out your fashion, which is pretty cool. All right. Let me see. Let's keep it moving. I said succinct, but let's keep it moving. Let's see. I have another timestamp right here, but let's just finish up with what I wrote yesterday. So great start. Continue to prep behind cover the best that you can, right? So eating your grenade, you know, even like Phoenix Dive, for example, you'll see me, like, I'll zoom forward with Icarus Dash. I mean, you don't have Icarus Dash on here, but it's the same concept. And just try to make sure you do that behind cover. I'll zoom forward, and then I'll get just behind cover, and then I'll Icarus Dash right there. So any of the prep work, any of the recovery that you do as well, even if we're just talking about like running behind cover to recover, right? All that is just try to keep in mind that we're trying to stay behind cover. We're trying to stay out of line of sight of enemies whenever we're doing prep work or recovery. So continue to do that. Continue to think about that GL. Continue to think about that GL as prep work to force spacing and to force people into certain directions, or prep work in the sense of trying to bait people into it so that you can then, you know what I'm saying, like get a faster TTK because they're taking damage from multiple sources, both your GL that's on the ground and also your pulse rifle, bait them through certain areas, choke points with that GL, right? So continue to think about that. In more competitive play, that a rift is going to be more impactful. So just keep that in mind with regards, because whenever I play Warlock, I have to be prepared. I love Phoenix Dive. Generally, I'm always going to have that on. Generally, I'm always going to be on top Dawn, right? On Dawnblade. But, you know, I always got to be prepared in more competitive play, trials, you know, scrims, whatever else, to equip a rift because it's just more impactful, you know, especially if you're just trying to lock down an area, control the space, benefit the rest of your team, because obviously they can dip in and out of it as well. So just, you know, keep that in mind in the back of your head. But I don't want to pull you off of Phoenix Dive because I don't want anybody to pull me off of Phoenix Dive unless I absolutely need to, because it's just so much fun. But like I said, Phoenix Dive behind cover, prep behind cover. Let's see. Rush, hipfire, we got most of that. Got the crouch. I know, right? What was even bottom dawn, bro? I don't even know. I don't even know. What was, we know middle dawn was like was Well of Radiance, right? But what was even bottom dawn? I don't even know. I like releasing threadlings with Phoenix Dive. I like that too. I like that too. I forgot you could even do that. I like that. Let's see. Special. Okay. I said it, and I'm going to reiterate it because it's just really important. Luca mentioned it, and it's just really important, and this is something for everybody. So I'll say it again. Pay attention to what weapons you have. Think critically. Everybody can do this. Anybody can do this. Think critically about what type of spacing would benefit those weapons the best. Think about the gameplay loop of what will make your weapons the most effective. And the example that I'll just reiterate again here is throwing down the GL ahead of time in a choke point and then baiting your enemy through it. That's a really good example of how that would work well with your particular build. Think about that and then play the spacing accordingly, play the map accordingly, and then think about the map later on places that worked and places that didn't work as well, and then double down on the places that ended up working out well. Keep in mind that Warlock is similar to Titan. Well, just all the classes have something like this: area control, area denial, right? And so, like, think about your abilities within the context of area control and area denial. Easy thing is, you know, the GL, but if we're talking about abilities, then we're talking about Rift. Rift helps you lock down a space. A barricade helps you lock down a space. A wombo combo from a hunter allows you to lock down an area for a limited amount of time, right? And so, especially in a mode like control, you're trying to control a particular area. Area control, area denial. Think about your abilities and what you want to do to control the space, because everybody can think critically about their abilities that allow them to do that. And then synergize from there. Let me see. Last thing, and then we'll move on to the next. Let's see, is at 9:30 or around there. Oh, yeah, I just like this. I just like this. Let me see. I'm trying to think of time. Unless you're really trying to like shoot that GL off at some crazy range, you know, because you will get more adept with it. So you could probably get pretty precise with it even at range, but 95% of the time you're using it up close or in medium range. Never ADS this thing. Never ADS this thing. You come up here or whatnot, don't even worry about that ADS right there. Don't even worry about that ADS. You turn that corner. You turn that corner right there, and you immediately pop it off. You've already got good reticle placement for it right here. You literally just peek this corner and just shoot that off. Don't even worry about that ADS, right? And it saves time because you're not ADSing as well. But like I said, when you ADS, you reduce your field of vision, your FOV, which a lot of times for weapons, for a weapon that you don't need to do that, there's no reason to do that because it's a disadvantage. You're wasting time on the ADS, right? The time to actually aim down sight. And then also you're getting a less of a field of view, which doesn't allow you to see as much stuff around you. And also whenever you ADS, your sensitivity changes in game with regards to how quickly you can actually move that reticle. All of that is not necessary when the gun is generally a hipfire gun. And that's what that GL is. So just go ahead and spray it. And I thought that this was just like a great Nova right there. And this is prismatic. So is it Slova on prismatic or is it fast Nova? Is it Vortex? It's got to be Slova, right? Because the Vortex would have still been there, maybe. I think so. So yeah. That's the list. Slova. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, that was a fucking great Slova. Yo, what up, Zay? No. Crowd away. As long as folks aren't like talking over me, you know, then yo, crowd away. We could have 50 people in here, and I mean, because all you guys are like great people, so I'm not worried about it. Chilling. Yeah, dope. Do you have any questions for me, Starlight? I got 2 pages. Hey, you just like me for real. Just like me for real. Yeah. So I'll say it again, you know, because this is the type of stuff that will help anybody. But like I said, stuff that I saw here and things, I think the high level concepts to make sure you focus on, and I'll pass it over to Luca for anything that he, you know, that I didn't say. The high level concepts here are: make sure plan your weapons, think about your weapon engagement ranges, what ranges and what areas of the map would benefit those weapons and those weapon engagement distances. Don't ADS if you don't need to. You know, don't ADS if you don't need to. The BXR has like fantastic reticle friction, supposedly on hipfire. If you like Drewski, like to go back and forth, because I've heard Drewski say it before with hipfire weapons, he likes to lock on with the controller on hipfire and then he likes to ADS afterwards for the second half of the pulse or whatever else. You know, I think he does it with well, he definitely did. Yeah, and because of that, I'm just gonna leave it there. Because of that, that's why he likes snapshot on his BXR, and he was disappointed with the new BXR frame from Comp, the S-Dock, that it didn't get snapshot because of that. But to go back to what I said before, you generally just don't even need to ADS with this thing. A lot of people just don't even ADS at all. It's very accurate in that sense, especially on controller. So save yourself some time. And then the second thing is just keep in mind, you know, accurate aggression. It's not about really like W key all the time. It's about accurate aggression, which is push up to a space, absorb the information from the radar and what's going on around you, quickly try to decide what you're going to do to get aggressive in this situation, what's going to help you to get the best probability to come out on top, you know, make an impact, and then go forward. And especially when you see the opportunity to get aggressive with your kit, then, you know what I'm saying, you push forward. But it's about slow, fast. All right. The most important thing is to have fun, though. Let them know, Emmanuel. 100%. Because the last thing you want is to feel overwhelmed trying to hit everything Tony went over. Say it again. Say it again. That is so huge, you know? So it's always worth reiterating. Have fun. And most of this knowledge, most of your notes, right? Read over them. Try to absorb them. And then just let it sit for a while. And maybe don't come back to it for like a week. Because so much of this stuff is like when I go into a match or whatnot, a really good example is reticle placement. When I go into a match these days, I'm focused on, I mean, just in general, I focus on one thing that maybe I want to play intentionally. And it just so happens that one thing is, you know, I was sniping a little bit last week, is reticle placement. Just making sure my reticle placement is a little bit crispier. So that, because if I've got good reticle placement, right, that means that I don't have to alter the reticle as much whenever the enemy ends up coming into my line of sight. All right. So that's me. But what I'm trying to say is focus on one thing, and all the rest of the stuff on those notes or whatnot, store it in the back of your mind. It'll eventually come up and it's going to be relevant. You'll just notice it in game. Oh, that's right. Tony said that. Oh, that's right. That's something that, you know, I realized before. And now, you know, that experience, that's what's going to really allow you to utilize it more in game, is when you just store it in the back of your mind, it comes up, and that experience itself ends up doubling down on that information. Definitely the radar reading is something I want to focus on because it's going to help a lot. There you go. And like I said, let me see if I can find it and then throw it in the chat. Pretty sure Senate Nomad has a pretty solid video on it. Yep. Yeah, he's got a deep dive on it. So I'll throw that into the level 1s and 2s chat of the Discord. And that is now in there. So if you want to learn more about the radar, it's right there. It is, Darcy. Yeah. And I think, you know, I want to make sure I keep this short and go on to the next VOD. So I'll go ahead and pull that back up here. But one thing that I noticed moving over to other games, like the older Halos and stuff like that, just even the hit detection sounds and the hit detection feel in Destiny is just great. In Destiny PvP is just great, you know? So yeah. Cool. All right, next up, and thank you so much, Starlight. I appreciate you. Thank you for allowing us to check out the gameplay, and you know the vibes. If you have any questions, just let me know. Ping me, Aluka, anybody else. Most of the higher level players, higher experienced players are pretty open to helping you guys get better. And so many great folks are doing more and more mentoring as well, like in time frames that I can't, Aluka, Arius and folks like that. So yeah. Anytime, anytime. I missed the first 30 seconds in my vid. And it's a couple weeks old as my internet hasn't been great. It's mid. Oh, did you like send it to me or something? Did I miss it? It's mid. The only videos I got were Eon and Starlight, if I remember correctly. So let me know if I miss it.
It's mid on it. It's my Twitch account.
Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. All right, we are in highest quality. Bet. Oh, then the last thing, Luca, did you have anything else for Starlight, or any high level concepts?
High level concept wise, it's gonna be radar. Make sure you're watching. I have this thing that I tell like almost anybody who plays and wants to get into scrims or like more like higher level PvP areas is a concept called open angles. Open angles are where you are peeking something or you are fighting a battle and you are in a position where you can get shot by 2 or more different areas. And when you are in an open angle, it's very hard to have an exit. When you go into a fight, you always want to have an exit strategy. If you go into a fight and you're in an open angle and you can get shot by like 2, 3, 4 different people, it's a really, really hard angle to fight in, especially with a pulse rifle, because you're looking down the one lane, prioritizing the lane you want to fight in. And as soon as you let go of that and you're fighting in these big open angles, you can get shot by everybody. So it's I would say personally with a pulse rifle, I like to play a little bit more on the walls and keep my safe distance. I've always felt like it's an easier position to play, especially when in game modes like sixes where anybody can run at you and you never know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Other than that, it was just reticle chest head level and that's it.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So, like I said, I wasn't necessarily going to bring it up too deeply, but yeah, I mean, that's definitely one thing you can focus on in one of your sessions is just reticle placement and placing that reticle at chest or like neck level so that you allow your recoil to go up to the head level. Or, you know, like if you develop and continue to develop, more control, you could just, be at like chin level, basically at head level. But if your reticle's already there, as soon as an enemy ends up coming into line of sight, you don't need to make too many adjustments, which not only increases your accuracy, but also increases your time to kill in the sense of you don't need to shift your reticle in order to actually hit that target. It's already there, which means you got the first shot on, whereas they might need to still acquire their target. So yeah, reticle placement is really important just in general, and something I feel like people subconsciously end up gravitating towards in PvP, but if you start with it, it'll definitely help out your gunplay in the long run for sure. If you just go ahead and be thinking about that. So yeah, great point. Cool. Eon, this is perfectly fine. 720p is perfectly fine. Don't even worry about it. All right, we're checking out gameplay from Eon. You said that the first 30 seconds in the vid, you missed it. No big deal. Let's get it. We don't have any sound, I guess. Do we have sound? Let me check to see if any sound's coming through whatsoever. Yeah, I don't think any sound's coming through. Okay, that's fine. No big deal. So this looks like comp. Looks like comp clash on Cirrus Plaza. Yep.
Oh, good map.
Yeah. I come back around to it. I don't know. I feel like it's not the greatest like scrim map. Honestly, it's not the greatest scrim map because of how scrim players like play. And that's not it's just a reality. I'm not saying scrim players play like bad or anything like that or different like in a bad way, but As far as like a good pub map, I've come around to it. Whether it be in, I do feel like it maybe plays. Yeah, I've come around to it basically. So I'm with you on that. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was thinking about it, Jason, but I think you're right. Okay, let me make sure I'm focused up here. And sorry, like I said, I'm a little scatterbrained because Pret's had me up all night, but give me a little bit of grace here. I like that. Fortnite building. I like that. And just for ambiance, since there's no sound, I'll at least on Twitch, I'll throw on some lo-fi. Yep, I agree, Starlight. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. All right. We rewind that. I just gotta mention this kid got shit on. Oh man, I love it, man. I love good movement, man. That kid got shit on. I wish Elijah was here since he's one of the mains on this for our community. He probably has some good tips. I'll probably put you in with Elijah, just in case you have any like questions or he has any tips. I'm sure he'd be happy to help out because I don't know much about like behemoth tech. Oh man, yeah, come on now. And you just got shit on earlier, dog. Take it easy. Anybody in chat want to answer that question with regards to what exotic you use on behemoth? Like I said, I'm not that guy.
If you're playing aggressive, synthos are nice.
Don't worry, Eon. If I see this NM kid like in pubs, I'm gonna bag him for you. Why are syntheseps particularly nice on behemoth?
When you play aggressive and you're going into areas that are very highly populated, the amount of damage synthos will do on a melee is insane.
Specifically Shiver Strike?
Specifically Shiver Strike, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because they did buff it.
Dunes are always like, they're just the best.
Gotcha. Yeah. Tank is saying Dunes for scrims, PKs for scrubs. For scrubs. PKs for pubs.
Yep.
Man, they really do not like you. Like they're not even paying attention to the what the hell? Okay, well, now they are. All right, 1 point, 1 point. Oh no. Got him. Good game. Good game. Good game. I've been getting the most trolling messages as of late, and that's why I did the clip that I sent. Okay, I'll try to check it a little bit later, Waltz, unless it's something that's like immediately relevant to today. You might be God's strongest warrior for not bagging back. I don't know. I mean, I personally like wouldn't either until like unless it was like in comp, you know, because I'm just focused on winning the game first. But yeah, nah, we ain't got time. I'm trying to win the game. I ain't got time to like stop and bag. Getting some appreciation for Lion Ramparts on Behemoth. That's actually what our Behemoth main is using right now. That's what Elijah's using right now. He's using Lion Ramparts. He's using a BXR frame and something else, but a hip. No. He's using a hipfire headstone syncopation. That's what he's using with Lion Ramparts on Behemoth, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. It's a stasis pulse rifle adaptive frame. That free AE on ADSing allows you to jump shoot on catapult like Hunter, and a shiver strike to bail you out feels good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's Okay. Yeah. So I got some notes from yesterday, and I wrote down a couple more. That was fun. I don't know. Like, it sucks because PK SMG Behemoth has such like a bad rap now because of the obvious, the Zemming, the meta that was so frustrating for a time, the shitty players that often are on that build now and before, but irrelevant of all of that, it's still some of my favorite SMG gameplay. Is not necessarily my favorite to play, but it's some of my favorite to actually watch because it's so satisfying to see tracking in Destiny 2. I don't know if anybody else feels like that, but like, I mean, I love my goat Lunars, man. But like, whenever like we watch like the OG Lunar streams or whatnot, I don't know, man. It's just the dopamine you get from just like such clean tracking, like over and over and over again with an automatic weapon is just so much fun, so much fun. So anyway, that was fun to watch because I don't get to see it quite as often these days with SMGs not being the 2-year meta that it was. Tracking aim is way more interesting to me. That's fair. I mean, you're also just hitting a bunch of hit markers at a time versus a 3-tap hand cannon. So that dopamine is hitting a little more consistently. Let me see. Okay, so first things first. This was inconsistent the entire match, but certainly something to kind of just keep in mind. It was off of this first exchange. It was off of this exchange here, I think. Yeah, it was. Yep, it was off of this exchange. So you corrected for this sometimes, and then other times not so much. So it's just something that kind of like keep in mind and play with intention, so that you can consistently do it the entire time. It was here, you slid up to the corner, and you're way too close to the corner with like a primary weapon, way too close to the corner with a primary weapon. You ended up swapping like here, and you did the same. Okay, so first of all, that's the first thing. So just keep that in mind. And this will lead into my next point, but there was another time, was it 410? And I'll just play this one more time to kind of reiterate what I'm about to say. Slide up to the corner, SMG is out, and your ADS on the corner, like all of that, ADS on the corner. Then once you you realize somebody's there, and then you swap, and you miss the shot right there, right? Missing the shot is irrelevant. But I mean, it is part of this, but it's irrelevant. I don't want you to take that poorly. Let's see, 410. There was something about 410. But this is not actually what I was. Oh, okay. Well, this is kind of good. This is actually kind of relevant. There's another point that I'll scroll up to, but this is actually kind of relevant. So this is a better engagement where you correct it. That's why I say what you're doing with this. It was just inconsistent, throughout the game, and so what weapon you have on, and therefore you played your spacing like much better here, right? You didn't force anything that you didn't need to do, right? You ended up, you're starting right here. So you end up getting a couple tags right here, and you stop. You don't actually push up to that corner ADS with a primary weapon. So just got to get just consistent throughout the entire game. You wait, you're patient. You got a teammate that's still alive right here. You don't need to push. Goes invis. You're waiting for your recovery to come up as well. You get a couple more tags or whatnot. You get the kill. You reload behind cover. Prep work behind cover. Prep work behind cover. Always. Yep. Then you take it wide to play this right here, which was great. You're going in with your teammate. ADS. Get taps on. You realize the range that you're at. Now you get a little bit closer to make sure that you're in range of the weapon that you have on, right? Then you play your spacing right here. You don't push directly up to the corner where you can get shotgun so close. Great job. So that was a really good example of like you just playing your spacing to a absolute T with the weapon that you have equipped and just playing your primary, playing around your teammates. Just a really good exchange right here. And just remember and try to play with intention to keep that consistent throughout the entire game, that spacing with the weapons that you have, and think about that and ensure that the next thing that I'll say, because it is here somewhere, wherever your teammate ended up going down up top. Yep, sounds good. Or was it? Is it there? I think it is here. Hold on. If that person goes down. Nope. And if I can't find it in the next like 2 seconds, then I'm just gonna let it go. Here, yep, this is it. This is it. This is it, actually. So teammate goes down, you come down. It's good spacing with regards to your slug shotgun, right? Your ADS, you ready for it? All right. So there was 2 times in this. I think I wrote down the other time. We'll check it in a second, and I'll come back around to this statement, because let me just stick with the original concept that we were working with. You're on this corner, and I would have had, if you're resin this on this corner right here, no reason to have this SMG out, really, you know? You still got like red right here, the slice of the pie, which means this enemy is still right here. Just keep the shotgun out. And so this alludes to what I was starting to say with the first area of this VOD, which is have the weapon out, or the area of the map that you currently occupy should dictate what weapon you have out at that time, right? What weapon you have out at that time. What do I mean by that is, if you're coming up on a corner right here, you're switching to your shotgun and you just have it out. As soon as you pass beyond that corner, you're immediately going back to your SMG. So you did it there, right? You did it there. And so just continue to maintain consistency with that. It's the same thing here. You come up this corner right here. Before you even get to that corner, you have your shotgun out, right? You have your shotgun out. Why? Because somebody could be right there and it took extra time for you to pull this out, and then you had to pop off an inaccurate shot. But if you're always kind of subconsciously flipping, that's why you see like high-level players flipping their weapons all the time. Well, I mean, I can speak from my experience. I do it for 2 reasons. One is to maintain muscle memory for how my weapons are flipping, right? So that I can always be able to, or so that I can more easily be able to time my flips if I need to do it in a reactionary sense. But the second thing is I'm flipping my weapons very intentionally. It's not random a lot of times. A lot of times it's not random at all. I literally flip it when I'm in certain areas on the map. And I'm not talking about like areas, big areas. I'm talking about if I come up to a corner, I'm flipping to my shotgun. I move beyond that corner, I'm flipping back to my hand cannon. Like I can literally, I'll probably like quickly go through, you know, fuck it. We ball. Because I do it literally 24/7. So please pick that person up. So, yep. Let me see. You know what? There was actually, hold on. I think even better. Hold on. I just want to make sure it's the right example. I just posted this like consecration clip up here. And why do I do that? Because it's sitting on my desktop and it's not going to go like in and out of like, hold on. What is it? D2 clips. It was here somewhere. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. So there's a reason why, like, you'll see me do it in a second here. Like, I'll actually flip to it. right here. So like I have my hand cannon out and I'm shooting, and this is something that I've just gotten acclimated to. I'm about to consecration. Right? But before I consecration, I just at this point instinctively, but I intentionally like swapped my shotgun. Why? Because consecration is going to be in close quarters. It's going to be in close quarters, right? I'm not going to need my hand cannon once I come out of hot consecration. Or the probability of me needing my hand cannon versus my shotgun is much more likely that I'm going to be using my shotgun, right? And so you'll see me whenever I use consecration, I'll always swap to my shotgun first. Shotgun, even though it's empty. Even though it's empty, I just instinctively like switch to it. So this is another example right here. Now I will say that like obviously I was going in for this shotgun kill right here, but if I'm coming up on this corner right here, my hand cannon's not still out. I'm not trying to go for a hip fire kill, you know, the hip fire hand cannon shot or something like that. If I'm coming up on a corner, I just instinctively swap to my shotgun, right? Here, swap back to my hand cannon right here, you know, because I'm out of shotgun ammo or whatnot anyway, but nonetheless, I just instinctively swap back to it because somebody could be down this lane right here. Somebody could be right here. Come over here. I didn't actually get the opportunity to like swap to my shotgun right there because Noah was like running up on me real quick, but immediately swap right back to my shotgun and cut this corner super close in shotgun range because Milk is right here around the corner, right? Same thing here. Shotgun here. Hand cannons out. Hand cannons out. Right? Those are the ranges. Shotguns out prior to the consecration because it's close quarters. Here. Shotgun stays out, obviously, because of what I'm about to do next. But like that's not the best example, you know, because I just kind of threw that up there. But my point is when you go in, you know what I'm saying, you just intentionally, and then it becomes instinctual that you're swapping to your close quarters weapon when you come up on a corner. When you immediately pass that corner and you're going back to a lane, you instinctively swap back to your primary weapon, you know, your range weapon or whatever else. And that happens frequently throughout a match, obviously, you know, even in just one life, you're doing that like all the time, but it becomes instinctive to the point where you always have your weapon, you know, ideally you always have the weapon out, dictated by where you are on the map, on a corner, on a lane, or whatever else. What that does, saves time and allows you to get your shots off more accurately, and allows you to be prepared just in case somebody's around the corner just by surprise, somebody's crouching or otherwise. For that specific clip, I'm really bad at being ready when coming out of spawn. Okay, well, you know that. That's something that, you know, you can work on for sure, you know. But all I saw personally for me was that the inconsistency of it. Clearly, you know, you've got a good head on your shoulders for making sure that you're doing it. And so just continue to, you know, play with intention to get more consistent with doing it, you know, as much as possible throughout the match. So that was that right there. I don't know where this was because I didn't timestamp it yesterday, but this is something that I was talking about yesterday when I was playing comp, is be careful about reses, right? The instinct for folks when they first start getting into comp or a situation where they, you know, there's a res or whatnot, the res will always come second to reading the map first to ensure that it's a safe res or that it's even a good res, right? In comp, whenever you res your teammate without special, which leaves them at a disadvantage. Unless it is imperative that we need this spacing, we need to control this space, I'm not going to res my teammate in comp. I'll just let them respawn on their own. Trials, obviously different, right? I'm going to res. But even if I res in trials, I'm still going to check the area first, you know? Because there was a time where you got a res and there was an enemy that was like right on top of you, or you went for the res, but there was an enemy right on top of you, right? A lot of people think they can get the res off in time and that, you know, the overshield, et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes, sure, that might be the case if you, in trials in particular, but in comp, I just literally, I will always try to clear my space first. And then if it's advantageous, I'll go ahead and get the res then. But like I said, people just get so focused on getting the res that they don't discern their space first. They don't read their space first to ensure that it's a safe res. And also, they're not thinking about the fact that their teammate is not going to spawn with special. So just let them spawn up on their own otherwise. Let's see. Yep, already got that right there. I said it before, and this leads into my next point with regards to barricades. I said it before, you did some great like Fortnite building over here. And this, and honestly, like once you spawn up again, I think it was like right here, like this was just a good, I mean, you said it exactly right. You had trouble sometimes like coming out of spawn, but like after this right here, this was like a great like gameplay loop. Your teammates are down, you Fortnite build, block that area off, you block this area off, and therefore it shuttles them into an area that you control. You control this space. You control this space now. So this is fantastic. And this is also just a really good strength of Behemoth, is just like area control, area denial, using crystals, using the barricades. You come in, slide through it, immediately get that person to move. You force them into an uncomfortable space, right? By doing that, you surprise them by sliding through the crystals at your own timing. You get that kill with the slug. Then you control this space right here, get that next kill. Then you just keep on running circles. This kid spawns right there, which is crazy. Continue to control your space, allow your teammates to come in and help. That loop right there was just beautiful. That was a beautiful loop. So yeah, you're probably right. Exactly what you said. And just continue to double down on that and get consistent throughout the entire game. And that's also something I mentioned with regards to Starlight. It's just, you know, like slow down, process the information when you spawn up, and then execute. There was, I'll just mention this just in general because I didn't write down the time frame, but I talk about barricades and rifts a lot, placement and timing, and you'll see me the way that I use my barricades often is like I try to big brain it ahead of time, right? It's a class ability. It recharges very quickly. A lot of times I use it to set up engagements. Aureus was talking about utilizing it to set up engagements to allow him and his teammates to peek shoot it. And sometimes I do that. And you can do it. It's versatile. So you can do any of this, right? You can use it the way that you used it to set up your space to control and deny space to your enemies, to shuttle them into certain areas that are more advantageous for you. And I guess that's also like more so the way that I use it predominantly is I'll cut off certain areas ahead of time, or I'll set up a barricade behind a wall to surprise an enemy. If they do try to push that, they're going to run through the barricade itself, you know, because they don't see it. It's behind the wall. And so it just provides me a second degree of cover to slide behind. So say, for example, it is B-Dom on Javelin, right? B-Dom on Javelin. And I'm in the inner ring and I'm looking out through Rocket, the side of Rocket, towards a helipad spawn, right? Two people slide me or whatnot, and I'm peek shooting that corner. Well, now they're going to throw a nade once I slide back because I'm weak, but I have a barricade set up ahead of time that they don't see. I slide behind the barricade and I don't take damage from the grenade. And that allows me to maintain that position to the point where once I recover, I can peek back out. Alternatively, if I didn't set that barricade up ahead of time, that means I'd have to back up all the way to glass. I'd have to back up all the way to diamond to ensure that I didn't get hit by the nade that is likely going to come out to try to like finish me off on that corner. So oftentimes that's the way that I use barricades myself, is to set it up out of view. Same thing with rifts, set it up out of view so that the enemy doesn't know that it's there, and then try to like hold that positioning utilizing that surprise. And if they decide they want to push me, then that's an additional tool and barrier right there, in order to either prevent that push, or once they push and they push through it, then they're weak, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, to just come back around to it, continue to think big brain about how to Fortnite build on Titan, barricade or otherwise, because there's so much versatility to barricades. There's so much versatility to stasis crystals that allow you to manipulate your space to your advantage. And so I liked seeing that a little bit in these clips. Got to treat bad reviews as if it's a free super energy for the enemy team. Unless you need bodies for crucial team shot or OBJ orientation, it's not worth it. I agree. Yep. And they just wasted the nade, which is even more help. Exactly. They're down a nade. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see enough of people, honestly, even at a high level, I don't see enough of people utilizing a barricade on a corner to where the enemy doesn't know it's there. You know, the enemy doesn't know it's there. Let's see. All right. So that's barricade. Let's see what's at 410. Oh, okay. I was just saying this was a really good interaction right there. There was something at 7 minutes. Honestly, don't know what was it. 7 minutes. Maybe it was something right before 7 minutes that. Oh, that was it right there. Yeah. Yeah. Just be careful. Just be careful right there. You know, you're getting chased. Your teammates are down or whatnot. No reason to stop right here. Getting called in the station at work. Okay. Yo, thank you for the help. I appreciate you, Luca. Big love, homie. No reason to stop right here. You're not in cover. You're not beyond this wall right here. And your teammates are down, and you know that there are multiple like people behind you. So if you're going to take this, at the very least, it's kind of going back to what Aluka said. Anytime that you are taking an engagement, make sure that you are only visible, only within the line of sight, potential line of sight of the enemy that you're shooting at. And that's it. And so it's a concept that I like to call like slicing the pie. Utilize, even if there are three enemies like in front of you, right? 3 enemies in front of you. If you've got cover, then you can slice the pie by positioning yourself in an orientation around that cover to ensure that you are only visible by one enemy out of those 3. And so you effectively, for a split second, or for hopefully the TTK of the weapon that you're using, right? So if it's a hand cannon, it's 0.87. For 0.87 seconds, you know, a 3-tap, you're only visible by that one person that you're shooting at. And the other 2 are cut off by the cover that is to the right or left of you. You end up knocking out that person, exit strategy, back off, get your recovery, try to re-engage or make a rotation or whatever else. But if you're not behind cover at all, this is a position right here that you try to take where you are visible to the line of sight of the enemy that you're about to try to engage with, but also to their teammates. That's got a pulse. One's got like a pulse rifle, like right here to the right. One's got a pulse rifle to the right here. So you do realize it and end up evading at this point right here and getting away, which was good. But just keep that in mind. And just, you know, I just remind people, don't get flustered in like, you know, 1v3, 1v2 situations. Just think about the experience that you have on maps, the cover that you can utilize, because oftentimes you can slice the pie to get that 1v1 that you're trying to get. But you have to be smart about the type of cover that you take in order to do so. And also, of course, you have to hit your shots to ensure that you get the optimal TTK within the time frame that you need in order to hopefully get an elimination and then back off behind that cover. All right, so 7, and then there was something. It's around like 7:40. Oh, I think that was just it. I just like this because you know me, I'm going to give some constructive criticism, but I like to give praise as well. I think that's just as important, if not more. Just good head on your shoulders. I thought this entire time you had a really good head on your shoulders for something that I feel like even high level players sometimes don't, you know? And I'm not talking about tourney players. I'm just talking about general high level players. Sometimes don't. It's just playing around the rest of your team and understanding like where, you know, what your position is relative to the rest of your team, or what your team's position is relative to you, and then putting yourself in a position to assist them if you get the opportunity, right? If you get the opportunity, because it's never really a great idea most times to put yourself at risk, like at elimination risk, you know, in order to help a teammate avoid elimination on their own, you know? Like your teammates got to take, like they got to take care of themselves too, right? They should be in a good position themselves. Like you can't take care of everybody, right? But when the opportunity presents itself, it's great because you've got a great head on your shoulders to see that. You see that one of your teammates went down. You see that, you know, you got two in front of you right here. You see that a super just popped. You see that the exclamation point is over your teammate's head, which means they just took damage. They're probably running away from the super that just popped as well. And so what do? You do something great. You throw down stasis crystals, you block that off, and then you give your teammate space, save your teammate's life, most likely, block off that Winter's Wrath or whatnot, and also give your teammate that died time to spawn right behind you. It was just great. It was just a great exchange right here. Honestly, it was just a great exchange. And you guys are running together now. You're paying attention to, like I said, what your teammates are doing. You create more space and pay attention to that super pop. It was just good. It was just good. So I really like that. Let me see. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Starlight. I think some barricade action could have helped in that tight spot. True too. Yeah, and that's why I always say that your class ability, if you've got your rift, it charges back quickly, because you should be building into your class ability even during this next sequence in Edge of Fate, where I think mobility or something like that is tied to your class ability. Something I can't remember. I think it's mobility stat. But you know, you should always be building into your class ability, and because you know that's what you should be doing, it's the ability that you have the lowest cooldown on. You should always be trying to find an opportunity to utilize your class ability on Titan and Warlock. Obviously, Hunter's more reactionary, but oh, is mobility the weapon stat? Gotcha. There's something. Is it recovery? That's the which one is it that is going to be the class ability that we're building into in Edge of Fate? It's recovery. Thank you. Appreciate it. Gotcha. Yeah. So, but whenever I have a barricade up, whenever I have a rift up, I am always thinking about, well, where can I put this? Because as soon as I use it, I know it's charging up again, right? And so, yeah, just like Colin said, you know, there's an opportunity there too. If you wanted to take that engagement, you're a Titan. So you can actually slice the pie by putting down your own barricades. You can actually slice the pie by putting down your own cover in order to provide yourself with a 1v1 that other subclasses can't do that. Can't do that whatsoever. So that's a great point. Unfortunately, Blueberry RNG makes it to where most of the time I don't believe in them at all. But that's the thing. You don't have to. And this is something that I try to talk about a lot when I'm playing competitive solo or when I'm playing trials solo. I do not care. I do not care what my blueberries are doing. It's important for you always. Yes, it's stressful if you feel like it's stressful if you feel like, you know, you're having to carry a lot of matches or whatnot. Sometimes in comp, that is definitely the case, that you know, folks are feeling like that. Sometimes the matchmaking, or a lot of times the matchmaking, ends up you know, playing out like that. But I'm not worried about what my blueberries are doing. You know, there's always better decisions that you could be making yourself, and that's the energy that we should always put forward first and foremost, is in our own gameplay. If my teammate is making a bad decision, I'm not following that bad decision. oftentimes you're going to come out on top because you focused on making a good decision yourself. You'll win games just because of the impact. Yes, you're going to have to slug it out sometimes, but you'll win games a lot of times because you're making a greater impact than you think you might make just by making sure that you are making the correct decisions. And then your teammates end up seeing that you're making the right decisions, and they start following you, and they start making better decisions based off of what you're doing. So it's just like, it's one of those lead by example type things where hopefully it's not always going to be the case. Hopefully they kind of wise up and recognize, oh man, this person is actually making a strong impact in these games, and if I follow their lead, then we might come out on top here. So yeah, if it's convenient and it's not a waste of an ability that that I feel like I'm going to need sooner rather than later, then sure, I'll throw out a stasis crystal, I'll throw out a barricade or something like that in order to help them stay alive, especially in a contentious and tight game where it's based off of clash, based off of eliminations first and foremost. But otherwise, I'm going to make sure that my positioning is good. I'm going to make sure that, my super usage is good, my spacing for my weapons are good, and things along that line. Make sure that I'm paying attention to the OBJ first if need be. And like I said, the only thing you can hope from your blueberries at that point is that they continue, that they follow suit, and make better decisions themselves if they're not previously doing so. I think that's a mistake I make too much in team games, not being selfish enough with my plays. Yeah. And you just can't think of like selfishness in games and team games as a bad thing. I'm not talking about the type of selfishness where you're just baiting your teammates all the time. There are people that do that, and that's not me personally. That's not me. If there ends up being a bait, it ends up being a situation where I'm not on the comms, because ideally I'd like to call that out. But it's a situation where they're just not in a good position, and I'm in a better position. I'm playing my spacing better and things along that line. And like I said, you just hope that that they follow suit. You just hope that they're playing their spacing correctly based on what they're using and their tools. And if not, you just hope that that you're able to like lead by example, basically. So cool. Eon, what you got for me? You got any questions?
No, I'm more or less happy with what you said. Really, I basically agree with everything. I need to start using different weapons more, because that's one of the main reasons I want to do labs, because I've basically just used SMG for the last 3 years, more or less. So I want to change that to do. But yeah.
What do you think about switching to?
Probably just a hand cannon, I guess. I don't really like I started using I watched like a Kamikokes video, and he mentioned like a PK Behemoth, and that's when I started using it.
Yeah.
I basically used that ever since.
I mean, it's hella fun, so yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, if you have any specific questions about like, an archetype, hand cannons or otherwise that you don't have as much experience with, I mean, especially hand cannons. I mean, you could literally ask me anything about hand cannons and I'll help you out with that. But there's obviously plenty of people in the Discord as well that are quite adept and quite experienced with hand cannons. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that'd be willing to help, catch you up to speed. But yeah, you'll definitely get plenty of reps in with hand cannons in labs. That's for sure. So, cool. Well, I appreciate you, like sharing the VOD, and, yeah, that was good. Yeah, no
problem. It was nice. Thank you for the feedback.
Of course. Anytime. All right. So the only other two things that I had on the itinerary today, we're making decent time. See, was build crafting. And if more people are going to be around tomorrow, then, we could always shift this over to tomorrow. But build crafting and what was that third thing? I rely on my memory too much, but when I've got like a half an hour sleep, that ain't working. It was build crafting, and it was oh yeah. Oh no, it was the questions that we had. That's right. Snacking. And you do that too. I guess it's kind of like the supporter healer philosophy of saving yourself so you can heal others later. Yeah, similar for sure. And so it's kind of like saving yourself so that you can, continue to make whatever to continue to slay out, continue to grab OBJs, whatever the second half of that is. But, I'm not going to fault my teammates for, I'm not going to hold grudges against my teammates for making less than sound decisions, right? But I'm not gonna, like double down on their bad decisions, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, give me 1 second. Let me turn off this fan right here. So much of it really is like just trying to set an example with good decision making yourself, and hoping that your teammates follow. And every once in a while, I will like get into the team chat and just encourage them, let them know, hey, we just need to stay alive. Hey, and sometimes that does, a lot of times actually, that does help in a competitive setting, so that folks know that, you're trying to win and that that you guys share a common goal. All right, let me see. Okay, so the other two things that I had on for today is if anybody needs any help with build crafting, we could always do that tomorrow as well, but I'll go ahead and show this right here. There is a build crafting chat in the Discord. So always feel free to prompt in there, or yep, sounds good, Zay. Always feel always feel like open to prompt in here if there is a question with regards to build crafting. So any advice on Stasis Titan setups for PvP? This is from Onaka Transport Solutions. I've been a Dune, Void, or Prismatic man now for 2 years, and I'm waiting to swap it up. If I see stuff like this, then I'm going to point them over to my Stasis Titans or my Titan mains to help out with that. I'm trying to think. Drago probably has a decent idea as well. But yeah, feel free to, drop any, great build crafting tips or like videos. So for example, like Honda ended up putting in some videos here for folks that are wondering about the context of build crafting within Edge of Fate. But yeah, any questions, any prompts, if folks need help with build crafting, anybody, feel free to just drop that in there. If you want some thoughts from me, feel free to @me. Like if there's a one right here, if I'm getting pinged right there, I'm generally gonna catch that like every time. Like this right here is just a bot ping, but I'll definitely answer that sooner rather than later, or check in like sooner rather than later if I see that. So yep, Drago. Let me see. So yeah, we could always go over some more build crafting stuff tomorrow, but just know that if people need help with specific build crafting in Destiny 2 PvP, definitely open to that. Now, I did say actually with regards to that, that I would give you guys a little bit of a framework if you needed it. So I'm big on people thinking critically, building up their critical thinking, like their strength in critical thinking, because your brain, like anything else, like any other muscle, gets stronger just by using. So I like to show kind of like a framework so that folks can then, hold on for a second, it's hella loud, can then figure it out on their own, like the specifics. So if they want to build craft, they can just utilize the framework of how to build craft. There we go. They can utilize the framework of how to build craft, and then they can piece things together, the specific pieces of their build to cater to their playstyle. They can piece that together on their own. So someone, I think it was, who was it? It was Gray. Gray Main yesterday or the day before was asking about my Titan build and whether it was something that anybody could use to the same effect that they see me use it on stream in scrims, high level, comp trials, whatever else. And yeah. And so I'll just give you the general framework of how I make builds. Now, again, d2armorpicker.com. The dev is Miyago, I believe. That's how I get the initial stats, right? So I can explain my stats here in a second, but these stats are very intentional. These fragments are very intentional. Some of them are very straightforward in the sense that, this one gives me resilience. I'm not even paying attention to what Facet of Awakening does, but this one gives me resilience, right? And other ones are like this Facet of Blessing, which synergizes with Knockout and with Consecration. And that's what I was talking about that last stream as well. When I was going over this build, it ends up like melee final blows start health regeneration. So that's similar to the mod that is on the legs called Better Already. It starts health regeneration. So whenever you end up taking damage, your shields go down and then it stops, right? And if your recovery is high, it shoots back up. It shoots back up, but there's always a split second of time where it just stops and then it goes back up. Well, if you utilize Facet of Blessing and you end up getting a melee final blow, whether it be powered or not, instantly your health starts going back up, right? So you save time. Knockout gives you a health bump, right? So melee kills end up doing something akin to what Recuperation mod does on the legs, right? It gives you a health bump. So you end up getting a health kill, you end up getting a melee kill. Then these two synergize to both give you a health bump and also start to regenerate the rest of it as quickly as possible. If I was only running Knockout, I would just get a little bit of a health bump, but I'd still have to wait for my normal recovery to end up pulling the rest of my shields up, etc. If I only had Facet of Blessing, then I would get instant recovery of my shields, etc., but my health wouldn't necessarily come back up for another split second later, right? So these two synergize to just get you back to full health and shields as quickly as possible and get you back into the fight. And that's what Consecration does as far as I get melee kills with Consecration or with just regular Knockout or whatnot. And then it procs both of these. What do you go with, Recuperation or Better Already? It's a really good question. I used to go with Better Already, but for the longest time now, I go with Recuperation because it's an instant health bump. Versus the recovery. It's instant recovery, but it's an instant recovery start. It's an instant start to your recovery, but it still takes some time, a split second to actually fill all the way back up, right? So it's a start, but it still takes a second to fill all the way back up. But Recuperation is it's an instant health bump. And so you just have it. It's like Devour, but obviously not that strong. It's just giving you a little bit of health bump. So it's just that little bit of extra to hopefully get you out on top in one of those clutch situations. So that's why I go with it, because it's instant. And so anytime I have Recuperation on, especially in pubs, I can't have it in labs, but especially in pubs, on a Titan where I'm meleeing a lot, or even on a Warlock with Electric Slide, right? I'll utilize heavy-handed, because then you do the Electric Slide on Arc Warlock in particular, because obviously if you do the Electric Slide on Prismatic Warlock, you're generally going to have Feed the Void on, which is Devour, and if you get a melee kill or a kill with your ability, which is the melee kill with the Electric Slide, it's going to proc Devour. You actually don't need Recuperation or Better Already. You're instantly going to get all of your health and your shields back, right? But here, you know what I'm saying, where I'm not on Feed the Void or whatnot, or have Devour, if you end up getting a kill with Consecration or a powered melee, you drop an orb right at your feet. Once you drop that orb right at your feet, then you end up getting that health bump from Recuperation. So there's synergy right there between those two. Can't use that in labs, but in pubs, you can do that. Back when back when Spectral was still kind of shit as a super, right? Better already also gets stopped if you take any bit of damage. That's a good reminder too. You start taking any bit of damage and the recovery just instantly stops. So yeah, I forgot about that. Recuperation is just superior. Back when Spectral didn't have the damage resistance that it has now, it got buffed maybe like several months ago to get some of its OG damage resistance back. It was really, really spongy. You can get like babied out of Spectral really, really easily because the damage resistance was really, really low. And so what we started doing was we would equip heavy-handed on the arms here, and whenever we got a kill with Spectral, it would drop an orb at our feet, and then we would have recuperation and or better already to get more health in super. So that gave us like some de facto damage resistance that, you know, we didn't have just in the base Spectral. We would get a little bit of health back, and if you had both on, then you'd also start recovering very, very quickly, and you could continue to chain kills in Spectral, kind of like the OG. I saw that in a Drewski video. Drewski's the one that first put me onto it. Yep, exactly. And so for a while before they ended up buffing the damage resistance in Spectral, I actually allowed that so that people could use Spectral. But once, you know, they ended up buffing it, you know, I ended up banning it again. Because like I said, it was the only time, if you were running Spectral before that buff, it was the only time that I allowed heavy-handed, simply because I wanted people to be able to use Spectral. So yeah, just continue to think about that synergy. High-level stuff, outfitting my stuff is about gunplay first. It's always about gunplay first. Just keeping my guns as consistent as possible. That's why you're going to see me run triple unflinching, because the less I get flinched, the more accurate my shots can be. You know, I can maximize the accuracy of my shots. I'll put like one targeting on for the primary generally. I'll put like one or two in-flight compensators on as well. Just because this game is so finicky, you could just be on like a staircase or something like that, but you'll be on the ground and the game will count it as in the air and fuck up your accuracy. So it's just never a bad thing these days to have at least one in-flight compensator on. And then, you can put like a targeting on for your special weapon, based on what you have on, and that's up to you or whatnot. I just have this on just because I have an extra spot. Usually I think the dexes are more important to folks first, just to make sure that your weapons swap kind of consistently, and that you get that muscle memory for it, right? I always like to have a reloader, but that's up to, folks and, what they currently are, it's up to folks. It's not a requirement, but I always have a reloader because I'm so primary heavy. Then, of course, a holster. That's obvious. I'm spitting obvious stuff now. Folks know about holsters. Yes, equipping multiple holsters does reload your weapon faster when you have it stowed. So just keep that in mind. If you want it to stow faster, if you want it to reload faster when stowed, you can always equip multiple ones. Always pay attention to the text down there that says multiple copies of this mod can be stacked to increase the potency of its effect. If you want a more potent effect, for example, for the if you want more health back on picking up an orb, you could always equip multiple recuperations. Absolution, I almost always have this on as well, just because obviously in pubs you could potentially do something with regards to surges. But most of my stuff is kind of like it's something that I can use in labs. It's something that I can use in pubs. And Absolution, I just want a little bit of more like ability energy back, and I'm good with that. You could also consider Orbs of Restoration. Picking up an Orb of Power grants a small amount of energy to your ability with the least energy. So that's something to kind of consider based on how you spread your abilities, how you use and, spread them. And then over here, it's really just up to you. I use shoulder charge, so I certainly wouldn't mind getting it up a little bit more often, especially because I generally run it fairly low. Then and Consecration as well right here. Bomber, because I'm about to talk about that in the stat split. Like your grenade is your generally your most important ability outside of your class ability. So it's important to kind of like make sure that you're building into that. Reaper for obvious reasons, both with the synergy with recuperation right here, and then also just getting your super, a little bit more quickly. And also you should, there's a limited amount of time where you can spawn an orb after your class ability, but you should be placing your class ability on Rift, your Rift or your Barricade just before a fight anyway. So, almost always whenever I place something, I'm getting, that orb to spawn right afterwards. But either way, it's super beneficial. Reaper is banned in labs. Yeah, I was playing pubs, so that's why I had it on. But yes, Reaper is banned in labs. The only thing that I run in, this is literally the only thing I ever run in labs, because this is what's legal. You can run one outreach, you can run one bomber. There's nothing else you can really run as far as like abilities. And you, as far as stuff that is actually useful, you can run powerful attraction, or you can run utility kickstart. But of course, utility kickstart requires an armor charge, which requires an armor of light. So I just run powerful attraction. If I end up dropping an orb or something, or if an orb is dropped by my teammate that just, pops super or something like that, then that's when I end up, that's when powerful attraction ends up coming into play a little bit. Sometimes it can feel like dead ass save your life too. You end up being near an orb and taking a fight. You pick up an orb, it just gets attracted to you or whatnot, and then recuperation kicks in. I don't know. So recuperation is like lifesteal. It's instant. Love that term, just because obviously D1 main. It's like lifesteal. It's instant, but a small amount to balance it. Yep. Better already is health regeneration, but it's slow and interruptible. Thank you, Sly. That's perfect and succinct. That's exactly right. So as far as the stat splits, so again, for folks that maybe just came in, I'm trying to give a framework for how you think about build crafting, and then people can utilize that framework in order to think critically about how they want to specifically build craft, for their play style and what they want to get done and the type of impact that they want to have in their game on that particular class. On Titan, obviously, you want to build, as heavy as you can into resilience. Let me actually talk about recovery. Always 100 recovery. We'll see how that ends up playing out in Edge of Fate, but always 100 recovery for competitive play, just so you can recover as quickly as possible. Then it's about, that resilience and getting it up to a certain amount. 7 always feels good to me on Titan, and my class ability comes up, relatively frequently. Obviously, I can't pour stats into like everything, so I just make it 7 so that I can put stats into other things. 6 mobility is for strafe speed. If you don't care about strafe speed, or that's not something that you're affected by, you can get your shots off, and that doesn't bother you no matter what the mobility is, then obviously on Titan and Warlock, you're trying to keep your mobility as low as possible so that you can skate lower to the ground, so that you can travel in the air lower to the ground, and that you're not wasting momentum on any of the vector going up. If we're talking about physics, like as much momentum is going forward, and none of that energy is going above you from jump height, which is part of mobility. But I keep this at 6 simply because I like the strafe speed, and my muscle memory is used to the one consistent strafe speed, which is 6 and above. If I use a rose, I'll drop that down to 4 and then pump stats into somewhere else. And generally, I'll still keep this at 7 because that resilience is going to be fine for me. And I'll pump that into the grenade, which was my point from before. This is the most important ability that you have. Usually, if it's usually there's caveats. If it's a grenade that is like stasis crystals, like glacier nades, maybe it's not as important. But if it's a damage nade or whatnot, then having a high discipline stat and having a grenade up can make obviously the difference between like winning a 1v2 and not winning a 1v1. I'm sorry, a 1v1, a clutch 1v1, a clutch 1v3. The grenade matters a lot. Especially if you're nice and clean with it. So anyway, the majority of the time I'm pumping a lot more into my grenade. If I can get it up to 100, I will. But with my suppressor grenade over here, and the way that I want the rest of my stats for more competitive play, having this intellect up like that for competitive play, so that I can make sure I get my super. And considering Thunder Crash might be in the slowest tier for cooldown, that's why I make sure that I pump a little bit more into this. So that obviously matters in trials. This feels good for, scrims. I get 2 thunder crashes, so I'm chilling. And then even though I'd like to put more into my melee for consecration and for the shoulder charge recovery, like the melee on most of the time, especially on Hunter with Gambler's Dodge, is not going to be something that I spec into over the rest of them. So that's why my stat splits end up looking like that. A good example is that Mask of the Quiet One build. Would have never thought of that build from a while ago. Yep. And I think there's a command somewhere for that Mask of the Quiet One build, because I'm telling you, man, that build is so underrated. Like, nobody uses it. Oh, that's it. That's the build right there. Nobody uses that build, man. Like, I mean, it's rare that I see people using Mask of the Quiet One. That is such an underrated exotic. It's insane. But it's so good. And yeah, there's a lot of synergy that can be had with even just the mods. Like, everything is very intentional with that build. So yeah, check it out if you want. Go crazy with it. I should actually equip that soon and play around with it in pubs, because I just forgot about it. It's up here somewhere. Yeah, it's right here. This is the Master of the Quiet One for PvE, but this is the Master of the Quiet One right here for PvP. So let me see. So that's a general scheme for the stats. On Warlock, obviously you want this still pumped up. Resilience is up to you. I still like to not be spongy. People think about resilience gating in the sense of, like, oh, I'm surviving this particular meta weapon, this particular pulse rifle, or whatever else. The way that I think about resilience personally is taking damage from multiple sources. So I don't like to be very, like, spongy. I assume I'm taking grenade damage and maybe getting shot from 2 different directions by multiple people or something like that. Obviously not all at once, because at that point, resilience literally doesn't matter. Even if you're at 20 resilience, it wouldn't matter taking sources damage from 3 different directions. But my point is, I just don't like to be too spongy. It helps me to, get in and out of situations. Even on Hunter, I'm generally running 6 or 7, even though that ends up diminishing my mobility, which, no Hunter likes. Let me see. And then over here, just, again, think about synergy. But also think about, what you are best with, right? You rarely ever see people use suppressor nades the way that I use them. I use them as a regular, like an incendiary grenade. They're very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very underrated. Very, very underrated. I won't go into how too much, but I will say always try to use the weaken fragment with it, whether you're on Void or whether you're on you got the choppers, huh? You see the choppers right now, Maz? Whether you're on Void or whether you're on Prismatic, just always use the fragment that gives you the weaken, and the suppressor is going to go crazy with it. And then I just spoke about the synergy between Knockout, Consecration, and Facet of Blessing, along with any melee mods and recuperation mods that benefit this as well. Just spoke about that. I was speaking yesterday about these options. I don't think there's really a bad melee or a bad aspect option here outside of maybe Unbreakable, but maybe somebody can come up with something niche for Unbreakable. Definitely no bad options here. Just think about the synergy again. Just research and be, on top of your shit with regards to exotics, etc. Because point of contact brace goes crazy with shield throw. So there's no real bad options in the melee section. Obviously, Frenzy Blade gives you 3 melee charges, which obviously stacks into Consecration, right? Shiver Strike. I mean, we just saw Shiver Strike being used to great effect with Eon and his gameplay. And Elijah is really good with it, and a lot of like behemoth mains are very, very good with Shiver Strike. And there's some nuances with Shiver Strike as well. The nuances were a little bit stronger before they ended up taking away the double melee thing with it, but nonetheless, there's still nuances with Shiver Strike that allow for a lot of versatility in gameplay beyond just the obvious of movement. And then Thunderclap. I used to use Thunderclap. It's fun. It's very good. But it's not as versatile as these other 2 right here in particular. But it's still very, very good and can just straight up one shot if you charge it up and time it correctly. So not a bad option really here. And then I would hope folks understand a little bit about these 3 jump options right here. So, I mean, you can pretty much just read it and it's pretty discernible. And then just keep in mind that Towering Barricade is literally your best friend in competitive play. There's nothing better than Towering Barricade in competitive play. That doesn't mean that there aren't niche examples of when to use a Rally Barricade, and specifically, you know, a lot of fun to be had and some movement options and a little bit of synergy as well with Thruster. But nonetheless, in like higher and higher level lobbies, Towering Barricade is going to be your best friend. Keep in mind that on Prismatic Titan, Transcendence, the Electrified Snare Grenade, is the best Transcendence grenade in the game. And so anytime that a Titan is in the game, a Prismatic Titan in the game, I would definitely take note. Anytime like Wanted's in here and playing Prismatic Titan, there's only like a few that play it. Once that Transcendence pops, you hear the sound cue, I'm looking down in the bottom left-hand corner to see if it's Wanted. Because if it's Wanted, I always yell out, that's the good Transcendence. Watch out. Those are the good grenades. Because you could just get strapped up by Electrified Snare. It's really, really good. And it's something that you definitely want to watch out for if there's a Prismatic Titan in the lobby. And then I talked about this yesterday as well. The fact that there's no real bad super here outside of hammers. And that's just about it. So, yeah, it's just how I build craft. Weapons are really just up to you, and then you kind of like tailor this over here to, you know, your weapons to ensure that you get as much consistency out of it as possible. A really good example of that, a change from what I just discussed, is if you're using a BXR or like a hipfire weapon or something like that, then definitely consider Lion Ramparts to try to double down on that as much as possible. I see like way too many people trying to like, you know, I think Elden Ring does a really good job with this in Soul games. It's just like, if you try to split too much, if you're trying to be like a jack of all trades, then you're a jack of no trades. You know, you got to double down, you know, find something that you like. That's why we have all this over here, right? If you want to use a hand cannon and shotgun, then double down on using a hand cannon and shotgun by making them as consistent and as accurate and as easy to use as possible via your build crafting system over here. Don't just sit over here and like build into all your abilities and that's it. That just means that your guns better be elite just out the box. And there's really few weapons at this point in this game that are just elite out the box that you just need like no mods for. Make sure your gunplay is consistent first and foremost, and then build out your stats and the extra mods in order to benefit your abilities. But usually, you know what I'm saying? This is another reason why I like Prismatic Titan. There's no, yep, jack of all trades, master of none. This is why I like Prismatic Titan, is because there's no like there's no non-potent abilities. Like every single one of these that I've got equipped, I can do a lot with. Super versatile, super potent, and that can't necessarily be said, you know, for all subclasses and all abilities. And so that's why it makes, in my opinion, Prismatic Titan is literally the most versatile subclass in the game, simply because of the fact that everything does something a little bit different, but they still synergize and could just go crazy on their own. So just a lot of options and a lot of variety in the gameplay that can keep people, you know, on their heels. So you can look at the, you know, artifact yourself, figure that out. But yeah. So that's just a framework for build crafting right there. And like I said, if you have any questions about build crafting, then, you know, feel free to throw it into the build crafting channel over here. At specific people, you know, everybody's helpful in the Discord for the most part. So especially the regulars, in particular the regulars. So if there's a specific someone that you see on stream, you know, with me or me, that mains something, and you have a question about it, just at them in the build crafting channel, and usually they'll respond. I'll definitely respond sooner rather than later, and give you some resources, or just straight up give you the tips that you need or answer the questions that you need. I think the labs chat channel is another good place for that as well, if you're looking for something specifically within the context of competitive PvP and build crafting. So quick question: I thought high mobility on Titan isn't good. So Swag, you probably missed it when I first talked about it, but the only reason I run 6 mobility is because I'm just used to that strafe speed. If I was running Rose, for example, I have a Rose that is a Rose, which obviously means it's a lightweight weapon, which gives me 2 mobility just out the gate because it's a lightweight weapon. But also that Rose has that rose has a moving target on it as well, which gives me an additional 2 mobility, not for the class ability, but on Hunter, a lightweight weapon benefits your actual dodge and strafe speed, but moving target gives you +2 mobility only for the strafe speed. You're not getting class ability on Hunter from that. But either way, when we're talking about strafe speed, the combination of a lightweight weapon plus moving target gives you +4 strafe speed, +4 mobility specific to strafe speed. So when I'm running that particular rose, I actually drop my mobility on Titan all the way down to 2 and then pump the rest of my stats based on that. The only reason I run 6 is because that's my muscle memory. That's my strafe memory with my hand cannon. Like, I'm just used to it. I've tried it out, and it just really frustrates me when my mobility is less than 6 when I'm trying to like strafe. My muscle memory just simply is just keyed into 6+. So that's why, specific to me, I have 6 mobility on my Titan, because I'm not using Rose in that situation. In that particular build, I'm using Austringer. So yes, generally high mobility on Titan is not the play, simply because it ends up hurting your Titan skating. And on top of that, it doesn't allow you to pump more stats into the rest of your build. But for me, it's about strafe speed and the requirement that I have for that. So it's, something specific to me. All right, so that was the build crafting framework. If anybody has any questions, just let me know. And then the last thing was for today was just questions that you guys had over here. And I had like a note thing about it. All right, here it is here. All right. Yep. Gotcha. Anytime. All right. So Tank says, it might sound weird, but I could use a rundown of the bad or weak positions on the maps. And I'm sure Tank is talking about the main maps that we play, and quick reasoning. So bad or weak positions. The way my mind works is, okay, here's a good position, here's a great position, here's an okay-ish position, but this shit right here, nah, avoid this at all costs because you're exposed to 7 different angles. So weak and bad positions versus good positions on the main maps. So TLDR, Tank says, yes, I'd like some help on positioning. Also says, I would like a rundown of rotating in proper direction, which also might be useful. Even in times where I was super quick with the reaction, breaking the cover the wrong way, so like reacting to maybe getting shot, but breaking from cover the wrong way to rotate has gotten me killed in these environments plenty. So positioning and rotating. Need a PM to show? PM? I don't do like abbreviations. No, I was about to mention it. That actually, we're gonna do that tomorrow. Tomorrow is the lab's practical side of the boot camp. So we're actually gonna drop down, and we'll have a couple of folks like Aluka in there, and we'll go through positioning and rotating so that people can actually see it. Today is more so for the information, and also for folks to generate questions as well. So we'll go through the actual positioning and drop down to maps tomorrow. Boots on the ground. So Flesh also said, agreed with the comment above, positioning rotations. We'll do that tomorrow. Probably not something that can be helped in these sessions. I disagree. We gonna get it. But I'd love advice. Oh, okay, this is a different question. But I'd love advice on not egoing everything and sliding out. This is crazy that Zay is the last person that commented.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's crazy. I'd love any advice on not egoing everything and sliding out on everyone, just general game sense and not playing like a dummy. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier, right? The whole concept of accurate aggression, right? The highest level players, now there are freaks out there like Walla. This is I'm not talking about Walla. Because he just like he's a great example of somebody that has like elite reaction time, both in the like mechanical sense, you know, right, the mechanical sense, but also just in like absorbing information very, very quickly and then reacting to it. But most of us, you know, at least I'm not, but most high level players are not Walla. And so the general scheme for things is the concept of accurate aggression, right? The concept of slow fast. You're getting aggressive, but you're also giving yourself time to absorb the information on the map, which means you are behind cover. You know, you're pushing up to a point that is a safe spot behind cover, a spot that has an exit ideally. So we were talking about Party Room on Twilight Gap, and we were watching that video from Starlight, that great VOD from Starlight. And there are those 3 rooms in Twilight Gap and as part of Party Room, right? The interior rooms. And in that middle, like obviously there's a spawn on either side, but that middle room right there is the middle. The middle room is the room right before, you know, either room that enters the C spawn and A spawn. So the enemy was at A spawn and they were right through one of those rooms, like one of those interior rooms. And I was telling her, hey, you should just stop in that center room right there where the rest of your team is. That's the safe spot. You have an out if you need to go back to your own spawn. You have an out if you want to go into the middle of the map or drop down to the bottom. But the point being, right? The point being, you need to give yourself time to absorb the information on the radar and the information that you see around you before you end up aggressing to that enemy that was capping a dom flag, right? And then once you get all that information, you can take that into account, figure out what you're going to do, and then you push. And then you push, right? So Starlight ended up having on an area denial or an area frame GL, right? Stop right there in the safe spot, absorb the radar. Okay, all right, I've got a teammate in front of me. I've got 2 or 3 teammates around me, so I'm safe here. I'm just going to shoot off this area, this GL, and I'm going to shoot this onto the point. Like through that other room, I'm going to shoot it directly onto the point. If I get a tag, that means that person's weak. I'm going to try to push on that, especially because I've got a teammate that's like right in front of me that is definitely looking for an opportunity to do the same thing. So it's just like being aggressive is not about being the prototypical W key warrior, you know, or at least accurate aggression isn't about competitive. Accurate aggression is not about being a W key warrior. It's not about sliding out on everything, right? It's about absorbing information on the map and then making a decision, you know, that is then going to dictate how you end up being aggressive. So this is the example with regards to sliding out, right? That's something that I learned very, very early once I got into high-level scrims. Sliding out is going to get you just murked. 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 times. Sliding out is going to get you murked. Only time I'm sliding out in a high-level lobby is when I know I've got the drop on somebody and it's a 1v1. Otherwise, it's a peek shot to start. The only other exception to that is when I'm sliding out with multiple teammates on my side. You know, if we 3-2-1 a corner, then we're sliding out, you know, because we're trying to get the drop on somebody. Otherwise, if you don't know what's around that corner, if you don't know what's beyond that slide out, you're stopping at the corner. You're literally stopping right there at the corner, and you are, why did my monitor just go off? Oh, okay. Okay, got it. You're literally stopping right there at the corner. You're reading the radar, and then you're peek shooting if you see anything. Or at the very least, you're coordinating with the rest of your team on how you're going to peek and when you're going to peek that, especially if you suspect that there are multiple people, multiple opponents beyond that peak. So going back to the question again was, I'd love any advice on not egoing everything and sliding out. You have to get into the frame of mind of not sliding out by default in competitive play. And the more game sense you acquire, the more experience you acquire to recognize when it's only like one person, when you can get the jump out on somebody by sliding out, when they don't know you're there and you are sliding out on an angle and you know you're going to get the first shot on one person and you're not sliding out visible to 3 different angles, right? So much about it is based on positioning to ensure when you slide out, you're not visible on multiple angles. And ideally, you're sliding out on somebody that doesn't know you're there and that you can get the drop on them. Otherwise, generally by default, you're not sliding out anymore in higher level lobbies. I think that's why people struggle sometimes is the distinction between playing in like average lobbies or maybe even like slightly above average lobbies, and then, you know, playing in just straight up high level players, you know, people with a lot of experience at the game, because it's night and day in that regard. It's night and day. You get in some lobbies, you literally don't slide out. You don't slide out. And in other lobbies where you're just playing pubs and it's just like average to slightly above average people, you can slide out anytime you want for the most part. And, you know, like things are going to feel normal in that sense. So when people end up playing in high level lobbies and getting punished, it becomes very confusing at that point. So you just got to be able to switch up, but just recognize and set expectations that if you're, you know, trying to win, if you're trying to play competitively, yeah. I remember when Eclipse joined and that motherfucker peak shot me 24/7. That shit is annoying, right? Eclipse. Kami. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can I
Mm-hmm.
add something?
Yeah, what's up?
I think part of the perspective too is more about hunting for the slide outs, like you said, in a smarter way. So like at a higher level, those slide outs happen off chunks of damage too, right? Like not just only off kills. So it's also like figuring out opportunities you can slide and in between cover, like not just sliding out, but like let's say endless, how there's cubbies, using those cubbies to navigate that while not overextending from your team. You know what I'm saying? Because like, yeah, like you're right, like higher level, like the highest level ones, it's mostly not working. You got to be really accurate with when you slide out. But also if the team's on that pace as well, you know, there's also been plenty of games where like, you know, it's a demon lobby and people are sliding. So
yeah. No, that's true enough. Like, I think you made one really good point. I mean, those are good points just in general. One really good point that I didn't mention is when you slide out, where are you going to be when you stop? You know, like, did you slide way beyond cover? Or did you do a good slide out and slide out to the point where you just stop right beyond cover, you know? So there's a good slide out, and almost always that's going to be the good slide out. I can't think of a situation where I'm sliding way beyond cover, because you always want to have an out. Because when you slide out, you still want to have the option to peek shoot from there, right? You get the first shot, and then if it doesn't look good, you got to be as close to cover as possible so that you can just slide right back and evade, right? So that's a good point. You know? And, you know, I didn't mention all the times, all the different situations in which you can slide out or whatnot. So much of it is just reps and experience, and you'll kind of get the game sense to recognize that you're getting the drop on somebody and that they're not, you know, necessarily paying attention to your angle, and you can get the first shot. Something else that you mentioned, which is great, Zay, is that, and this kind of like jumps into something else just in general, but I'll just mention this from the context of what we're talking about, is you're not necessarily sliding out to get an elimination. You slide out, get 2 pop shots, slide right back in. I'm not even committing to that fight. I'm going to let Zay slide out next and clean that up. I just took 2 shots to me, but Zay's full health. If I don't commit to that fight, that just makes an easy team elimination. It makes it a 2v1 that the enemy thought was just a 1v1 a second ago when I slid out. They got confident because I slid out beyond cover. They got confident. They were just like, oh man, this is a fight. We're committing to this. We're doing this. And sometimes you just gotta be that asshole. Get those 2 shots, slide back in, and let your teammate come out and finish it out. You know? So That is a very common and useful tactic because you got to think, especially at higher and higher levels, especially when you're on the comms with the team as opposed to, you know, playing solo trials or something like that. There should be coordination. And if there's coordination like that, where you slide out, get 2 pop shots, and that person's, you know, your opponent is absolute, and then you don't even commit, you literally know that you're about to slide back in, and you do it, and then your teammate slides out and gets that cleanup. Easy. One opponent down.
Matters.
Yep. Sharing damage sharing. I think something that helped me a lot once I started jumping into high level lobbies is to stop thinking about damage, just damage to me, but also think about damage holistically as a team, you know, both in the damage that you're getting out, but, you know, as a team, but more importantly, sharing damage. Because if we're talking about max health being 240 HP, right? Well, if you're sliding out, taking 2, what is it? What are 140s? Is it 77 to the head? I don't even know what 140s are doing to the head right now, but I know that
80.
Is it 80? It's okay. So if you're taking 160, sliding back in, you know what I'm saying? Your teammate slides out, they got that's another 240 right there. You know? So max, you know, like max, if everybody's hitting their headshots between the two of you, right? Then that's what, like that's 240 right there. That's 240, but it's shared between 2 people. So that's 480 HP that one person is going to have to like eat through. My point is like damage sharing. You know, you got to think about it holistically sometimes, and that's what slide outs, and that's what, you know, team shots. That's what you know, like getting people weak, like sliding out or like peak shooting with the objective of staying alive, but, you know, causing more damage than you're taking, and allowing your teammates to clean up. Yeah. I got Destiny 2 PTSD from Wanted with those coveys. I learned that you want the half side, if that makes sense. I've learned that you want the half side. What do you mean by that? The half side. Say it again.
Slide.
Oh, the half slide. As in you don't fully slide, or you stand up before you slide completely. Is that what you're saying? Confused on what the half slide is. ABG says, I know as I continue to try and improve following good players, trying to hit 1 to 2 shots, I know that those better guys are probably hitting their shots. Yeah. Well, that's why I get like frustrated sometimes, right, ABG? I've said it before. The fact that, look, I'm going to hit my shots. I'm hitting heads. Dead ass. I'm sliding out. I'm hitting heads. If I got another elite player with me that just is a shooter, that just is heads, there's no reason why we aren't sliding out together in coordination. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to trust me. If K's sliding out, I'm dead ass sliding out. You know what I'm saying? If Com is sliding out, I am sliding out right next to him. I know they're hitting heads, and somebody's getting deleted. Somebody's dead ass getting deleted. So yeah, they're hitting their shots. When you play in higher level lobbies, you just expect everybody hits their shots. And then it's just about positioning. It's about accuracy in movement and, you know, positioning and cover and things like that. There's a lot more dynamics that come into play. All right. So what you mean by half slide? When you slide out, you don't want to slide from the edge of the wall a lot of the time. You want to start the slide before the wall ends. Oh, yes. So you're just doubling down on what I said. Yes. How to slide a corner. Yeah. And, you know, that was alluding to what I said. When you slide out, you want to make sure that no matter where you start, that when you finish that slide, that you are just beyond cover. You know? Because if you try to start the slide, like Dan said, at the start of the edge, at the edge of the cover, you're going to slide way farther beyond that cover. And that leaves you nothing to do but to commit to that fight. And that leaves you nothing to do but die if there's more than one person there. So that's why, like, it always takes me a second to adjust whenever because I don't use speed boots. I used to use speed boots, but I never use speed boots anymore. The exception is when they ended up changing Lucky Pants. And now you run faster with them, you sprint faster with them, of course, but you also slide farther. And so anytime I switch back over to Hunter and I'm on speed boots, which are now Lucky Pants, I always have to get used to the extra slide distance specifically because of slide outs to ensure that I'm getting used to where to start my slide and where I'm going to end up beyond that cover. So excellent point. Yo, what up, Gray Man? Tried to build that Titan joint and have to make a choice between resilience and discipline with armor options I have. How much resilience are we talking about? Because that's the first thing to consider. Yo, what up, Martin? Chilling, man. I'm glad you're alive, man. You've been so busy lately, man. We've been missing you, brother. All right, so I'll let you answer that question, Gray, and then I'll get on to this next question that was asked in our 1s and 2s chat. Let me see here. Yeah, Autumn Leaf ended up making a comment, kind of a cheeky comment, says, make your own position, get creative. That's what I love doing. Like, there's some spots you can play in that nobody in their right mind would expect. And that's kind of another dimension to this as well, right? There are good spots, there are bad spots, there are okay spots, most definitely when it comes to positioning on these maps. But it's fun, man. Get creative. Use stasis crystals to get some elevation in a spot that folks don't expect. Use heat rises to get position on Warlock that people don't necessarily expect. It's always wonderful when somebody comes through labs and they're just bringing fresh thinking, whether we're talking about positioning or otherwise. So, what is it? There's some sort of a quote where it's just like, learn the fundamentals, then get creative with it or something like that. It's much more like eloquent than that, but that's something, don't just do what everybody else is doing forever. Learn the fundamentals, learn the objective truths with regards to what's a strong position and what's not a strong position, and then flip that, because it's a strong position for a reason. And if you understand that reason, then you can sometimes create your own strong positions because the same principles apply in this other position that other people aren't necessarily using, especially if you have, build options, Fortnite building options like stasis crystals. 60 discipline or 100 resilience. Do you really feel like you need 100 resilience? Like I said, I don't do anything more than 7 resilience on Titan. So unless you feel like you absolutely need 100 resilience, then I would go with 7 and would be my recommendation, and then pump the discipline because your grenade is arguably more important than 100 resilience, unless there's a specific reason you're going for 100 resilience. The only time I would ever advocate for 100 resilience is on a sniper, is somebody who snipes, just to get the flinch resistance so they can get more accurate pop shots. Let's see here. All right, Starlight Vex says positioning and gun sense. We'll go over more positioning on the ground tomorrow when we actually do it in game. Also, when you gave the description about when you would peek out on one of your streams, it was helpful. So like walking through the process of the match. Gotcha. And I remember that actually. Just getting smoked. Hey, we all getting smoked, baby. Yeah, I would say 7 and then pump it into the grenade. And then if you still feel like you're a little too squishy at 7 or your barricade's not coming back, maybe pump it up to like 8 or 9. But I truly don't see a reason why I would forego my grenade at that point, just to get up to some arbitrary value of 100, 9 or 100. Yep, anytime. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. Thank you. Yeah. That's a great quote. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. Yep. Build crafting is about to go wild. Yeah. And we're going to have to learn a whole new system. So I'm excited about that. So Starlight asked again, like you gave a description about when to peak. And this is in reference to me talking about recovery, right? Every once in a while. It doesn't happen as often anymore because I think, like people are definitely listening. Whether they are 1s, 2s, or 3s know this already, whether they're 1s or 2s. And it's just like you take damage and you're behind cover, you don't peak again until you're full. Like the default, the baseline is you don't peak again until you're full health. That rule is almost absolute. There's only 2 exceptions that I can think of to that rule. Peaking before you're fully recovered. Exposing yourself to the enemy before you're fully recovered. One is when I know that it's advantageous to the impact on that particular engagement. It's a 3v3. Enemy team is at Divider on Dead Cliffs. My team is inside B-Dom, which is now C-Dom, I think, on Dead Cliffs. It's inside the building. A lot of people call that the crack building. All right? I end up getting a 2-tap. on Zay, who said left side divider, truck side. We've been fighting this fight, team fight. It's been a stalemate for the last 30 seconds. You know, I know that my teammate is about to peek out like with me, but they're weak as well. Both of us are weak. Both of us are absolute. But Zay is the only one on left side divider. And he is the only one that is in our line of sight, and we're not in line of sight of the rest team. I'm just gonna peek early. I'm gonna peek early because I know that Aluka's right behind me, and only one of us is potentially gonna die from that. But if we end up getting both shots off in time, then Zay might die before either one of us, before he ends up getting a shot off, like whatsoever. So sometimes, especially in like clutch situations, game is down to the line or something like that, I might actually peek early. And ideally, when I peek early, when I'm not recovered, when I'm one shot, I'm doing it in a way that, you know, the opponent doesn't necessarily expect, so that it'll just be less of an opportunity for them to take me out, to eliminate me, basically. Slide out, you know, a peek and then crouch and then shoot, you know, so that when they fire, they're shooting over my head. But when I fire, I know I'm about to crouch. So I end up getting the shot. Just stuff like that. The other time that is kind of like an exception for me with regards to sliding out or peeking again before I'm fully recovered is because I know I'm about to die. I do this all the time. There was a phrase that the Navy SEALs use, and I can't remember what it is now. I was talking about it on Twitter, but it's just like you got to maximize your opportunities, the opportunities that you have. When you're in a clutch situation where you're about to die, where like there's no help coming, you know, you're in like a split spawn or something like that, nobody's coming. You're completely cut off from the rest of your team. I talk about it all the time, the fact that just get a trade. At worst, just try for a trade. If you come out on top, you come out on top. If you don't, you don't. But if you don't act, if you don't try, you miss 100% of the opportunities you don't try. So at that point, you just have a baseline of, okay, you know what I'm saying? There is a good chance I'm going to die. If I just do nothing, I'm going to die. But if I just give myself the highest probability to try to get a trade or, you know, clutch up or something like that, that's the beginning of a mindset of someone that clutches up 1v3s in trials. Is you just take it one at a time. You take it one at a time. So going back to sliding out, one of the exceptions to sliding out early or peaking early before recovery, I do it all the time. It's just like, I'm weak, and say it's like a 1v1 or say it's even a 1v3, right? I'm weak. Shit, I'll just show the goddamn clip. Hold on. Because I just posted it. Man, they're like a 2x speed. But it is right here. So right here, you know what I'm saying? I can't remember who that is right there, but I think I ended up getting, like, it's magnetic. I think I ended up getting hit by a headshot, maybe. Man, more. I think either way, I got hit by like a pop shot, and on top of that, I think I ended up getting absolute from a throwing knife, a lightweight throwing knife or something like that. I'm absolute. There's probably at least a couple enemies around me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I just try to continue to take this fight from here, then I'm dead. I'm just playing. I'm literally only playing for this engagement right here. I'm not getting flustered about this person that's here or these two people that are back here. You know what I'm saying? I'm only focused on this fight in front of me right here. If I do nothing, I'm dead. Obviously. If I stay here, I'm dead. What is the only option that I have? Or one of the few options that I have? Because I'm sure there's got to be something else, you know, that I don't have the ego to think that I'd make, you know what I'm saying, 100% the only. But the one that came up in my mind based on my play style or whatnot, I have one shotgun ammo. I push up. I get as close to the wall as I can to come out of line of sight. And then I get a pop shot right there. I am absolute. I can't even see any bar up here. I can't even see any bar up there. That's crazy. I know that somebody is literally right behind me now. That's Noah. There are 3 people behind me, right? It's Noah right there. That's Milk right there. And that right there is Elijah, who's about to pop a Titan like Behemoth Super in a second. So it's just like, if I do nothing, I'm dead. So now it's just like, I just take it as 1v1s. I cut myself off from the rest of the team or whatnot. I see somebody's directly behind me, and that's when I slide forward, whip around 180, and start consecration. Hit Elijah. This is what I was talking about. Whenever I end up getting that kill with consecration, then knockout procs ends up giving me health regeneration. And on top of that, that fragment that starts my health recovery based off of melee kill ends up giving me, knockout procs, and I get a health bump, and that fragment ends up giving me health recovery. And so now I'm ready for the next. And I think the only reason why I end up getting this shotgun kill right here on Milk, and Milk is kind of just like left standing there. I think the only reason why is because maybe Milk didn't expect me to recover that quickly. So as soon as I recover, I literally come right back out, shotgun, and then just jump up and try to evade that super that was about to come over my head. So my point is, like, I could show another clip if I could find it, but I don't know if I can find it in time. My point is, like, sometimes it's just like the only other time that I might slide out early before I recover is simply because there's no other option but to try to take my opponent by surprise. A lot of times I get weak, I turn a corner, and I'm getting chased, and I know that if I just keep running in a straight line, like, say, for example, like, I'm trying to run away from an enemy that's coming through that dark room on Dead Cliffs, down bottom below Ivy, right? And I end up, somebody chases me from B-Dom, comes underneath in dark, and then they tap me up, and I'm absolute coming out the other side of dark trying to get to A-Dom through Ivy, right? I know that if I just keep going straight, that person is going to have a straight line of sight to me, a straight line of sight as I try to jump up onto cap point on Dead Cliffs. So I've got no other option but to do exactly what I normally do, which is just go far enough beyond that door to bait them forward. And then as soon as they come forward, I just whip right back around 180, slide forward before they expect, because the radar is not going to show me doing this because they're just chasing. Turn right back around, slide as hard as I can into them with a shotgun. You know, and it's the same thing with consecration right there. I knew that if I just kept on running down that lane right there on Endless Veil, that Noah would just be able to pick me up. He'd be able to, like, clean me up right there. There's no way that I'd make that entire length before he turned that corner and just hit me with a hand cannon shot or whatever he was using as his primary. So the only thing I got left is literally to just whip right back around, either shotgun or consecration or something like that. So that's the only other time generally that I would you know, like, come out from behind cover before I was fully recovered. But generally the very, very stiff rule of thumb, because it's very rare, you know, like that I'm peaking before I'm fully recovered, is to just completely, like, wait behind cover, and if need be, just crouch. And if they want to push you, they push you, but you know, most times the benefit is just to stay there. And you just never know too, because, like, a lot of times you're in a position, if your positioning is good, and or if your team is watching your angle enough, because you'll hear me oftentimes, I'll be like, yo, just stay right there, I got you. Because if they push you, they're gonna be weak, or I'm just gonna kill them, I'm just gonna eliminate them, because they're pushing into my line of sight and I'm literally just protecting your line of sight. Say it's Javelin and I'm at Rocket right there at the turn of Rocket, and, you know, K-Bron gets weak and he hides behind the box in that little spot, right? Yo, just stay right there, K. I got you. They push. At worst, I'm not going to be able to get them before they leave my line of sight, but they're going to be weak. And if K stays exactly where he is, he might be fully recovered by the time they're weak. And at the worst, he's going to get some sort of a trade or something like that, because all he's got to do is get a melee. All he's got to do is get one shot on him. So, you know, that's another option too. You just, it's never, you can't think like everything is, like nothing is a lost cause, because things are so potent. Weapons and abilities are so potent in this game that, you know, oftentimes you get a trade and it's just like think of how many times like you get a double melee when you're absolute. Somebody comes through and they are full health. I know what's happened to me. And I'm full health and I'm chasing somebody and my melee whiffs. And all it takes is my melee to whiff once and their melee to hit twice for it to be a trade. So it's never a lost cause. Just put yourself in the best position possible to maybe come out on top. And, you know, I say it all the time. So much of it is like luck, but you have to be ready to take advantage of the luck. And that's when you end up clutching up. All right. It's like 50-50. I'd like some tips on how to maximize building up game sense, being able to not have to crutch the radar, but use it as a decision-making tool to know when to chase and finish a fight or catch somebody out of position. Man, that's a lot. Reps. Jam says this. Reps is a big thing. Getting more and more experience. You know, because, you know, you can't really, like if I was to teach a class, you know, like ABG is my teach. If I was to teach a class on game sense, it would just be like all day. And we probably still wouldn't cover like all the elements that I'm taking into account, that a high level player is taking into account in order to be able to predict certain elements of the game and then be able to make accurate decisions based off. Because game sense is a lot of experience, knowledge, but it's a lot of experience with regards to player patterns. You know, I talk about all the time. I'm very good at player patterns. It's probably one of the best areas of my game sense personally. Player patterns and recognizing those, and then accurate decision making based off of that. So it's game sense is half what you do to, you know, what you do with that information, but the other half is, you know, the experience and the knowledge and the reps to gain all of that in order to then make an accurate decision and then execute. Game sense is just a fancy way of saying every game I've played up to now informed this decision, which leads me to my last point there is just pay attention. Just pay attention. And I know that's kind of, I don't want to sound condescending with that, but, you know, it's, you know, it's what I say with regards to always like, if you're trying to improve, play with intention. Play with intention. And if you can't catch everything that's happening in the game, then don't worry about it. Just record your games and go over your VODs. That's got to be one of the best tips for folks that are improving is it's something that kind of what Amory said yesterday. You know, she's like so much stuff, you know, like you'll say, you'll just make a passing comment. You'll be like, oh man, I hit that, you know, or man, this is like, why didn't that kill them or something like that? And then Emery will mention, and I already know this, and I know this just about myself as well, because sometimes I'll say something that's reactionary more than just absolutely accurate. You know, I admit, I mean, I make mistakes all the time. But you watch it back and you're just like, oh man, I did miss that shot. And you watch it back and you actually have time at that point via that review to then, oh, okay, I can do this better next time. I can aim this way. I can place my reticle better this way. You know, like I actually could have got out right there instead of rushing back in. I actually could have gotten out. I see the exit point now, you know? So it's just like the best, you know, one of the best, if not the best tool for game sense in particular is recording your VODs, you know, recording your games and then coming back around to them later. Because that'll just allow you to absorb so much more from not a first person perspective to absorb once, you know, so much more. It's kind of like watching a movie and being like, man, why did they do that? You know, I would have just dipped, you know, like why did those white people go in that building? Like they heard the screams and they just said, let's go investigate. You know what I'm saying? Us black people would have been out. We'd have just been out. So that's a joke. But nonetheless, yeah, you know, record your gameplay and yeah.
Insane analogy.
right. Martin, I'm already running, dog. I'm already running. Martin. There it goes. He did it right in time. Game sense is time based, not just an autopilot going through the motions. I mean, actively registering where people tend to play, realizing what the best and worst case scenarios for where you are, and putting yourself in the opponent's position. I cannot tell you how often I think of a fight from someone else's POV. Yeah, yeah. And I'll say it again. Some people find it easier to do that in the moment, but most people, it would certainly just benefit to just record the gameplay and then come back to it later. That also helps with just the anxiety of trying to do everything in the moment. No, just play the game, and try to figure out things afterwards. It's the same thing that I say whenever we're on a team and people are making conflicting calls. Hey, we should go this way. We should go this way. And then somebody else says we should go this other way or whatnot. Just follow the first call out. If it's a trusted team, just follow the first call out. We could talk about whether that was the right decision or not, like after the game, but there's no reason, especially in a contentious situation where like the reaction time needs to be like hella quick. And we just need to make a decision. Like so much of, I mean, this is a good point in general. So much of like high level gameplay is just being decisive, It goes back to what I said a second ago, where somebody's chasing me through dark and I'm just decisive. I instantly just whip around and I pull out my shotgun and I just run into them as hard as possible. What's the downside of that? And this happens all the time, is somebody creates space. They don't actually push completely into me to the point where my shotgun is actually out of range. And they just pop me. Calm is like really good at that. And just the higher level players in general, like half of them will catch it and the other half won't, But Calm, for example, he's just going to sit there and just primary me down because he sees it. Sometimes I'll get him, sometimes I won't. But that's
part of it too, like you said, is being decisive, right?
Yeah.
Like in whatever decision, even the wrong, and then ask why later.
Yeah,
Like
ask why later or yeah.
Asking why in the moment isn't bad because it's it tends to be a little bit looser. So like, what helped me personally, because I struggle with game sense as well, was thinking about if I make this decision and why would I want to go that direction. It could be as simple as I saw ping, go that way, like whatever it is, but have a why. And you start playing with more intention because you start like questioning decisions with a little more intention.
I like it. That's a good point. Have a why, but be decisive, but have a why. Yeah. Why am I doing this? Yeah. This is late, but I forgot to mention in terms of strafe speed, elemental cap stasis or moving target might be on the menu for those that value strafe speed, either want to cheese it with low mobility or double dip into it with higher mobility or even a lightweight. True. Let's just pray the mobility changes make those perks stand out and educate. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Martin Siddick. I don't know who that is. Martin asked a question, Spidey sense. So I talk about Spidey sense a lot, aka engagement and disengagement parameters, and positioning and patience all kind of feed into each other. All things I need to work on personally. So we touched on a little bit of that, accurate aggression and kind of like slow fast type stuff. Positioning we'll cover a little bit more practically tomorrow when we drop down to actual maps. But this whole concept of Spidey sense, and Spidey sense is kind of like my term for like game sense in Destiny 2, and FPSs in particular, but specifically in the context of like when you should move. There's got to be something that pops up in your head, in the back of your head, that says, man, I should not be here, or man, you know what I'm saying, I should really shift positions. On the most basic level of that, I'll ping another Ascendant Nomad video, actually. He has a video called the 2-second rule. The 2-second rule. And I feel like this is a good beginner like video for this concept of like a spider sense. And I'll throw this in the 1s and 2s chat as well, right below that other video that I posted. Ascendant Nomads, those are probably the two videos that I remember Ascendant Nomad for the most, honestly. I got you, Silver Bullets. Give me 1 second here. So this whole concept of like a spider sense of like recognizing when you need to shift positions. So much of it really is reps and experience. And I'm sorry I keep going back to that, but That's why I try to speak about high level players in the with the reference of like not necessarily like high skill players more than like high experience, because so much you just get from reps, just playing the game, playing against as many people as possible, putting yourself in positions and seeing how like player patterns come out on top. See what player patterns come to the forefront, seeing, you know, what situations you end up coming out, you know, on top in certain varieties, in a bunch of different varieties of situations by pushing certain things or holding at certain positions and stuff like that. So much of it is experience that'll help you develop the game, the Spidey sense, right? Because, you know, the whole concept behind Spider-Man's Spidey sense, right, is that he just has like an uncanny ability to detect danger, but he doesn't have the experience. It's this knowledge that's coming from somewhere else, this extrasensory sense that's coming from somewhere else, that he doesn't actually need the experience and the knowledge to be able to tell he's in danger for. It just pops in. But we don't have spider senses, right? We don't have some supernatural ability to detect those sorts of things. What we do have is experience, reps. And the more experience you end up getting, the more you'll develop your spider sense to recognize, oh man, you know, like this is not a good experience. This is not a good position. I need to move, you know? I'll mention two things and then keep it moving. One is go check out that video from Ascendant Nomad that I just put in the 1s and 2s only section of the Discord right here. I just posted it there. That's one beginning to it. The second is just an easy example, and I mentioned it a little bit before. What happens when you end up getting weak and then you tuck behind cover, but you stay too close to the wall? There's at least a 50% chance that they're going to throw a nade right on the edge of that wall. And you're going to end up taking damage from that. And if you're still absolute, you're going to die. You're going to get eliminated, right? Exactly. It's a nade, you know? So it's just like, you got to have the spider sense to know, oh man, I can't just continue to stay on this corner. I have to back away. And then also, game sense and experience will tell you how far to back away in order to avoid the longest range nade in the game, whatever that is. Say, for example, it's a firebolt, right? That's probably the one that I don't get out of the most just because of spacing. So, and it probably has one of the longer ranges, if not the longest range, simply because of the fact that it does the least amount of damage. I think it does like 90 plus ticks or something out of the grenades. Or at least it used to be 90 plus ticks. Trying to think. And then I guess another level to it would be game sense. I'm sorry. I don't want to be like nebulous. So experience will tell you on maps like where you can go. So for example, if I get hit, I was talking about this with Cowboy a little while back. If I get hit at B-Dom right there on the edge, right there at the edge of the ring, I'm going to back away from that edge. But if I back, like if I want to back all the way up, I'm not going to back all the way up to diamond. I'm going to back to glass, because somebody on the opponent's team, like, they could potentially be at diamond and they could just be looking at me right there, or they can come up on me. So if I try to go diamond's way, somebody's just going to come around and get me a diamond when I'm absolute. So I'm going to make sure that I go back to glass and try to get a little bit back into spawn to the point where I'm not exposed to B-Dom over here, or I'm not exposed to, you know, somebody peeking through diamond, right? So all of that is kind of like that Spidey sense right there. But the biggest thing about that Spidey sense is just knowing when I'm in danger. What's that meme? I'm in danger. I think it's like a Simpsons meme or something like that. And yeah, you just instantly react and back off. But that 2-second rule, like video that Ascendant Nomad has, is a good starter for that. Yeah, that's unfortunately one of those things where you do need a decent amount of experience. But the more experience you get, the more reps you get, you'll kind of recognize it. But that 2-second, like I said, that 2-second rule is a good starter, because you can just do that by default, and that'll put you in, you know, like sometimes you'll move too early, sometimes you'll move too late, or sometimes you move too early, but rarely will you move too late following that rule. All right, let's see here. I think we saw, yeah, Ralph. Yeah, that's it right there. Yep. Well, Ben, what's going on, baby? All right. Just a mechanics question. All right. as a roller player. So my roller players, pay attention in the chat because I'm not a controller player. So one of you might have, something to add to this. How should I counter? Oh, this is a good one, actually. How should I counter someone who is backsliding constantly? That is a really good question. A really good question. How do y'all do that on controller? I mean, I can just only like maybe think about it from that perspective. But somebody on controller would need to answer that question. Somebody that's backsliding constantly, you just can't get baited into it. You can't get baited into it. Like, refuse to be baited into it.
Yeah, I'd say lead with the primary more.
Lead with the primary more?
Spend time, regardless, right? Like, it takes time to look where they're going and then flick back at you to be accurate and like hit your head on that backslide. So if you start the engagement with the primary in that process while they're backsliding, you're already there and hopefully near cover, especially as a hand cannon player. But at the very least, like, that patience at least lets them have to panic or be out of position.
Okay. All right. Verge, and Waltz. Okay, I see you guys are kind of saying okay. I see. Okay, so a couple things. So, I said try not to get baited, right? This is all good, by the way. Zay says lead with the primary. Verge and Waltz are kind of saying the same thing, right? Verge is saying a great point. They're only sliding in a straight line. You can only slide in a straight line, of course. And so that leads into what Walt says is roll to their sides to ensure that you're not in that line that they're sliding to. Let's see. All Might says Walla used to say it was just positioning. That's how Sergio would always get him. Yeah, I wish that there was some elaboration on what specific positioning he's talking about. But I hear you. I can think about it. But yeah. ABG says, I try to save my hunter dodge for that situation, particularly, or I slide back as well, unless I slide primary. Cowboy says, if your opponent is backsliding, is getting you killed, that tells me you're getting baited out of position. Yeah, that's what it tells us. Yes, Cowboy, you're getting baited out of position, but I like the way that it was framed by Silver Bullets, because Silver Bullets said always backsliding. Are we just never going to play the game at that point? I'm pretty sure the Silver Bullets recognizes the potential for a bait, but I'm looking at it from Silver Bullets' perspective. Like, I'm trying to play the game, and this motherfucker on M&K is over here just backsliding me the entire time. Are we gonna play the game at some point? So how do I engage? So the real question, that Silver Bullets I think is asking is, how do I engage with somebody that is always backsliding? And I think that Verge, ABG, Waltz, had some good thoughts, and Zay had some good thoughts about that. Yeah, I'm thinking like Holy Rice, movement on movement, just because. Yeah, I hear you. Waltz says the moment they try to start the backslide, pick a side and circle rotate around them. Are we playing Elden Ring? That's what we're doing. We're playing Elden Ring. Okay, bet. Yeah, so that's a tactic, pretty strong tactic in Elden Ring. Whenever they dodge at you, you actually like circle around them and to the right, generally to the right. Because a lot of bosses, for whatever reason, go straight at you, or they go straight at you and to the left. So, interesting. Pick a side and circle, rotate around them. Hey, you're hearing it here then. Cool. I like it. Let's see here. What else we got, ma'am? So just going through these questions. Okay. Next question. It's from Goss. It plays to control their strength. For me, you're going to make it at least one day. Not sure which yet. That's all good. I want to work on engagement, disengagement, intuition, like Martin said. So you were asking about the spider sense as well. I definitely get over my skis. Being too aggressive. I didn't know that was a phrase, over my skis. Have you heard that before, Zay? Zay in particular.
Well, I haven't.
Hey, yo, who's heard of that phrase, over my skis? Y'all heard of that?
I'm stealing it, though.
No, I'm still in it too, man. White people got those phrases, dog. They got them
Hey,
phrases,
man.
dog.
Those little droplets of knowledge.
A little bit. You know what I'm saying? It make you think. It make you think about it. You heard that, Cowboy? Yeah, I ain't heard that, dog. Over my skis, I had to read that again. Yeah, Cowboy. Yeah, see.
All right, we're gonna become a whole different boot camp.
Yo, it's like you heard that too. Yo, man, what was it in our DMs? Is that where we had the phrases thing? I swear it's in our DMs. I gotta pull it up now. Yeah,
Twitter DMs.
I think it's our Twitter DMs. Me and Zay toss things back and forth like on the same like concept in our Twitter DMs, man. There was like a
Yes,
elite white people phrases. It's so good, man.
Yeah. Get a load of this guy.
Get over here. Yo, hold on. Let me find it. I gotta search this now.
The wrong tree, buddy.
Yo, goat phrases, bro. Absolute goat phrases. Hold on. It's gotta be it. Hold on, bro.
Newsflash, pal. Yes, I think it's literally the last thing I sent you.
No, man. What is going on? It's not here.
No, let me send it again.
Yeah, send it again.
In Twitter?
Twitter's that's fine. Yeah, I'm right on it right now. So it's being weird.
Let me see if I can send it on.
Yo, is that one? I haven't heard that one in like a minute. Let me squeeze right past you. I haven't heard that one in a minute. Yo, I haven't heard that in so long, man. I've never heard Over My Skis. Yeah. That's a new one for me. Dead ass. But I'm telling you, if Zay ends up finding this one that we were tossing back and forth, man, I'm talking about like elite. These are like the best like phrases that white people say that like black people just don't like. We don't say. And it is just like,
we needed this rain. That was the one you were dying at.
We needed this rain is insane, man. We needed this rain. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because I nothing. We're done. We're done at that point, man. Because I had never heard that before, and I'm just like, that's so. Oh man, dude, I feel that, man. Why don't we have that phrase? I feel that.
Plenty of other ones. They're just
we do. Yeah.
There's one I saw. It's like why black people never like say their name when you ask who it is when they knock. That had me crying.
What was it again?
Like why black people don't say their name when you ask who it is when they knock on the door.
Oh
like,
yeah.
They ring your door. Yeah, who's there? Me. Who?
Yeah. That is so. Yeah, you're right. Man,
Oh,
just
shit,
elite, man. I love it.
Yeah, they've had years of culminating.
Crazy.
Like
Oh, well,
Bat Out of Hell, going crazy.
Bat Out of Hell go crazy.
Brother,
yeah.
You need to take that bull by the horns.
Yeah, fuck the coaching. We're just gonna say this for the next 2 hours. Everybody
Right?
think of a
Yo,
favorite-
I swear to God, man, I would 100% just listen to like white people phrases the entire time, man. Because y'all got elite phrases too, man. And it is just, oh man. Then again, even in Louisiana, we needed this rain could hit for agricultural reasons, but we got it. Man, you bore me right now. Come on now. We ain't talking about agriculture. You know what I'm saying? That's Emery. She being too smart again, bro. Like, come on now.
Absolutely. Come on, man.
Yeah, right.
Read the room.
Actually.
Read the room. No, just kidding. I'm sorry. Like Kick Rocks. That's going crazy.
Yo, Kick Rocks goes crazy. Yes, that's true. Well, I think black people took a little bit of like Kick Rocks. I'm not gonna lie, because that goes crazy. In deep shit, in shallow water. I've never heard of that.
What?
Before.
I've heard I bet in deep shit. But
Yeah. You're in deep shit, buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta combine it. That's the best thing about it. Is like a lot of them are like the short ones. You combine it because they got what is it? No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah. Skating on thin ice, buddy.
Yo, just chef's kiss, man. Y'all got phrases, man. Y'all got them too, man. Y'all got them too. What slide?
Like, no
okay, what are we?
Sherlock?
Yeah, no shit. Sherlock is absolute. That's got to be like a top three. That's got to be a top three.
They're just get a load of this guy.
Yep, so good. Sly said, "I prefer Kick Rocks with open-toed shoes." What?
Huh? I feel like it's a culture shock at this point.
It is. That's exactly what it is. That's what I love about this. It's just like it's a culture shock, man. Because it's just like we both. Yeah. Yeah.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. So let me finish
All right,
this and
sorry.
then you know you're good. You're right. Yeah. But like I said, what I love about it, oh my god, we pinned it. What I love about it is like you combine it with like the buddy or pal or
Guy.
something like that, and it just goes crazy like beyond that. You know, you're barking up the wrong tree, buddy is like I don't know, man. Like I said, if I
Does it
heard
bub too, like
if,
bub.
yeah, if I heard one of my like white friends, if I heard one of my black friends in particular like say that out in public, I would die. I would die. You're barking up the wrong tree, buddy. Elite.
Or you can
Elite.
put that in your pipe and smoke it.
You can put that in your pipe
What
and
is
smoke it.
that?
Yeah, have you
That's
never heard that
not
before?
real. No.
What? You never heard that one
Oh.
before? You can put that in your pipe and
Oh,
smoke it? You've
man.
never heard that before?
That's fucking crazy.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
I
Swear.
gotta flex this old stuff here.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Come on now, Zay.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that might be
man.
generational.
Did you ever
Shit.
see that clip of Northern Lion explaining the white guy words of power?
What?
I don't know. My
I'm
biggest
Googling
thing
it.
is
I'll
like
do it. I'll Google it.
white and power are too close to each other, so I'm skeptical.
I'll do it. I got you.
You feel me? Crazy, man.
Northern Lion.
I love this stuff though. I mean, just a big fan of like language and words, so it's always like super fascinating to me because it's just like you're right. It's like a culture shock for both black people and white people to like hear that. And of course, you know, like to a lesser degree in the States, you know, other like cultures, but it's pretty funny. Who
this guy's
pissed in
not
your
lying.
Wheaties? I never heard that one.
Yeah, he's not lying. It's actually a YouTube video. It looks actually, you know.
All right, how about you
normal.
check that out real quick, and then we'll play it
All
once
right.
I finish up with this. If you approve of it.
All right.
Crazy. All right, let me see. Okay. Oh, back to I definitely get over my skis. Crazy. Being too aggressive, but probably also leave some opportunities on the table. Okay, so I think we've discussed this a little bit, but of course we've got, because we definitely talked about the Spire Sense. We'll talk about more positioning like tomorrow when we actually drop down and take a look at some maps. AK says conversion of numbers to wins and encounters. How to push numbers and everyone walk away, or the highest probability of folks walking away. I dream of 2 level 3s versus level 3 2s. Push that balance. 2 level 3s versus 3 2s to push that balance. Okay, I think I generally get what you're talking about right there, but let me go back to what you're saying. So, okay, I'll give you some easy examples, AK. So we're talking about how to break stalemates between 2 equal teams, 3v3, right? Dead Cliffs is an excellent example of that because there's always a stalemate that happens at Divider, coming right out of trucks. That's almost always where the team fights happen. You know, one person or one team is at B-Dom / what is now called C-Dom, inside the building, and then the other team is somewhere around like Divider, or one team is inside of A and on cap point, and the other team is at Divider / B-Dom, and we're trying to break this stalemate. At higher and higher levels, you got to take anything you can get. It's 2 things at high levels. I'll speak in general, but let me start with high levels because this is where everybody should kind of like aim for when you're talking about like good aggression, right? Because like this that I'm talking about at high levels will work beautifully in anything other than high levels as well, as long as there's 2 things that come up. Dead Cliffs, I talk about it all the time. That stalemate that happens right there, grenades, that is literally like out of all the maps that we play, out of all the spaces for engagement of like team fights, that right there is like the most stalematy place on all these maps. And grenades are key. Team grenades are key. And so to go back to your question on like when to push, this is like one of the best examples. When to push in a team fight. There's two things in that situation that I'm thinking of. One, you get a pick. If we get a pick, we're pushing up with accurate aggression so that we don't just push into somebody crouched in a corner on the left. or you know, if we're an ADOM, for example, and somebody's crouched in the corner on the left of divider, we're reading that to ensure that we don't just push into that mess and they just shotgun us and even it out. We're being careful to make sure that when we push, somebody's not sitting far back with like a pulse rifle, a sniper, or a 120 at pipes or deeper into the spawn. But generally, the longer that fight goes on, the enemy team is pushing up and everybody's trying to get into the fight or whatnot. We have a lot of time to like read where people are, right? Especially if there's that characteristic flanker that's going through dark, back and forth through dark to see if they can get pop shots, right? To see if they can get people weak to allow the rest of our team to like push up from divider on the opposite side. Either way, we end up getting a drop, then that is go time. It's not necessarily like W key go time, but it's definitely go time. And so we're just trying to figure out a way to safely get in there, but that's one. The other one is in high level lobbies in particular. High level lobbies, people know how to play their fucking lives, man. You know, everybody's getting damage and everybody's just trying to find an opportunity to slide out and finish up the damage that one of their teammates ended up getting on the enemy team, right? So what happens is a grenade. If a grenade tags multiple opponents on a team, that is usually the end. And in high level lobbies, everybody's experienced enough, hits their shots enough, is careful enough on their pushes, is timely enough on their pushes to the point where, you know, there's good accurate aggression, you know, and there's good chance that they're going to come out on top. But yeah, if a grenade tags like multiple opponents on the enemy team, if you end up getting a pick, if you end up getting a drop, then those are good indicators that you should go ahead and push those numbers. Basically, it really is like a numbers game, and the way that you have to think about it at a high level is a numbers game as far as like how many enemy team, like what's the balance between the two. You know, we have 3 up, they have 2 up, we're pushing. But also something that people don't think about often, except for like at higher levels, but higher levels of experience, is the overall damage. I was talking about damage sharing, right? The overall damage that the enemy team has versus the amount of damage that your team has taken. So you can think of it individually in a 1v1. I'm pushing because I got 2 taps on them, they got 1 tap on me. Or you can think of it as like an overall damage in the team, you know? The entire enemy team ended up taking 90 individually to 1 single firebolt. Okay, cool. Well, then that means that at the very least, you know, that's 270 damage shared across their team, and none of us took any damage at all. So we're still sitting at our 240 times 3 or 4, right? HP. So we're pushing. So that's the way you got to think about it. Yeah, I know. She's going back and forth. I'm just glad she finished up her food. Because she was taking a little bit of time today. All right. Yep, big grenade. Push that. Exactly. All right, let me see what the next question is here. Did that answer your question, AK? Because AK's in the call, but maybe AK's AFK. Let's see.
I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a communication issue on top of everything, and it's one of my weakest points.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. That's totally fair. Yeah, I mean, I would say that for you, you know, or anybody that is having a difficult time communicating, that is one, recognize when there's a mismatch, right? So the first part of it is, without even speaking, just recognizing the situation on which there is a mismatch to the point where you individually, or better yet, you as a team, you know, should be pushing an engagement. And then once you get confident in recognizing that, because you see it in the way that other people talk about it, right? Cowboy says, hey, big damage, big grenade, we're pushing, you know? And then you end up pushing. And 2 and 3 times that happens, you recognize, okay, this works. It works in any lobby that I'm in, you know? Overwhelming majority of the time, we come out on top from a big grenade and a call out make. So now you start saying the same thing. Now I start thinking about what grenade I have, you know? If I'm in your position, I have a lightning grenade. Oh, yo, big tag, tag 2. And you see the ticks, right? Let's push. And then, you know, you go from there. So just recognize the situations where others are making similar call outs and, you know, you guys end up pushing as a team and you end up coming out on top. And then, you know, like, see the confidence in making the similar call outs because you see it working, right? You see it working and you're confident that you got the type of tag, and just communicate that. Yeah. And, like when in your own time, learn to and feel comfortable communicating that. But I feel like confidence in doing so is the first step in that.
I also feel, in my opinion, I think part of it too is who you're getting to feel like what your teammates are like personality wise, at least in terms of like gameplay. Because like you say that to me, I'm flying in like a rabid dog, but there's other guys who might take it a little slower, right? Instead of like putting their life on the line more, just take some distance and then still maintain.
Yeah. And I'm kind of in between those two, honestly. I'm kind of in between those two, but it was like I was talking about a couple days ago, was about trust. Recognize that it takes time for folks to trust you in your call outs. Recognize that it takes time to build rapport. Recognize that it takes time to really like learn like how each person is going to be receptive just in general, because everybody has different communication styles. Everybody has different, like subtly different ways, in which they are receptive to communication, whether it be through you or through other teammates or whatnot. So, give yourself some time for that too. I was talking about the fact that, when I first dropped into high level lobbies, I couldn't make a call out that was going to get listened to. And even sometimes in our lobbies, I literally like get frustrated. I'm just like, man, I'm sitting here making this call out and nothing's happening. I'm sitting here saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's push this right here. I need some help. And people are still sitting back. And it's just like, it's rare that I make a bad call out. So, and you guys know this. So what the fuck are you guys doing? So I can say that now, but I'm just saying, like, when I first dropped into high level lobbies, understandably so, not only was there a lack of experience with the call outs, I've always been pretty good at call outs, but there was definitely work to be done with like sharpening that up, especially in situations in high level lobbies that I had never found myself in before. Right. But also there's just a buildup of trust and rapport, that happens. And you definitely have to set expectations appropriately and be okay with that, because that's normal. People aren't assholes, but there does need to be a buildup of trust. Hopefully that happens. But the more confident and accurate your call outs, people will build up that trust. People will build up that trust with you. You just got to give it some time. Big Wall says Zay throws his life away so I can go get this trade. It's crazy. Yo. Hey.
It's not completely wrong. I'd be lying if I said he was completely.
All right. Yeah. So leading in, you got some great questions here, AK. Leading into you saying like comms that matter, how to talk to your team. So that's why I say it's important to be personable. You got to learn how to talk to people in general. Comms that matter, just try to be as succinct as possible. Don't be like throwing up your frustration on the mic. I do it too. Everybody's guilty of it. I'm definitely guilty of it 100%, but try to keep those call outs succinct. Yo, what up, Glacy? I'll try to get it in once I get done. I'm a little busy right now, but I appreciate you. Try to be succinct. Try to make accurate call outs, and try not to get frustrated on the mic, whether it be little frustrations like, man, what I'm saying? Like, God, my shotgun just whiffed or something like that. I mean, even that can be a distraction to the rest of the team. I'm guilty of it all the time. It's something I need to improve on as well, but it is helpful to at least recognize that is the case. And then instead of, being nebulous with regards to, be personable when you ask, like how to talk to your team, is it's just like, don't make a song. It really is like be personable. I mean, these lessons can be applied to life in general. Don't assume anything. So say, for example, like Holy Rice is still sitting back when I say, yo, push up, help me out. Like unless it's obvious or I'm like frustrated, like the best way to go about doing that, especially with somebody I'm not familiar with, is just like, yo, you might have had something going on. You might have seen something, that I didn't or whatnot. But, like if not, then is there a reason why we didn't just push up together and go ahead and knock this out right here? It was a 2v1 and this person's like, absolute. I'm absolute too. But if you would have been with me, I would have allowed you to push forward, take a little bit of damage, and we could have got some pop shots off and got that cleaned up. And then we could have whipped around on this other person behind us or whatnot. And those are all those conversations that are best like after the game. But I feel like a good way to talk to people, especially other players in a scrim setting, because everybody's got egos, right? Everybody's got egos. It doesn't matter who it is. Obviously, speaking to a level 1, level 2 is easier, at least for me. Maybe it's because of my position though, but everybody's got egos. And so it's kind of just recognizing that, not being judgmental about that, recognizing your own ego in some ways, shapes, or form, and speak to people with the assumption that they're not trying to fuck you over. They're not trying to bait you. But maybe there's something that they saw that can round out your perspective, so that you both can hopefully come to an understanding where you can make a better informed decision together, a better coordinated decision together next time to come out on top. Crazy, Maz. Let me see. Meadows are digging out of a losing game impact of overextending with respect to enemy spawns. Let me see. So we're specifically talking about you have overextended frequently, and now you're down in a game. Is that what you're saying, AK? Could you elaborate on that particular question?
Wording, sorry.
It's okay.
I think it's just sliding too far. Like, sliding too far out of cover is probably what I'm trying to prevent myself from doing.
Oh,
Just
okay.
to be better. Like, better.
Well, that's just practice. I talked about that a little bit earlier. I assumed that you were here for it, or you can go back to the VOD. But I did talk about the slide out, so I'll let you rock with that. You see, comms that matter.
I have a tip.
What's up?
From somebody who slides a lot. What helps me is actually look where you're sliding. A lot of times we get in the habit of like
just sliding to slide. Yeah, because it's fun and it feels good.
And most of the time it gets there, right? But sometimes you'll do that flick slide and not realize how deep you are. Another thing too, if you really want to like slide a corner, it's okay to like go deeper into cover to slide out. A lot of times we think like, because we jiggle peek, it's like, this is my spot, have to stay right here.
Yeah.
Let's say you're on
or I have to start
peek.
From here. Yeah.
Right. You can go to the right and then slide back out. That way, like you're managing that distance. And part of that's with like trial and error. But I would say at least looking where you're sliding before clicking the slide button helps a lot too. Because then you catch yourself, you're like, oh, I just am way out of cover and didn't realize it.
That's a great point too, because I was talking about like transitioning back and forth between slide boots and no slide boots, no speed boots, right? And that slide distance increasing, obviously moving to speed boots. That's how I have to like do it. I have to literally be very intentional those first couple of games so that I can get used to the extra slide distance whenever I switch back to speed boots. So that's a great point from Zay, actually. Let me see. We talked about the comms, and you said from my notes, Pounce call on out the solo player, call damage on characters leaving your area. I don't know what AOA means. Double body 60 damage. Call shots landed to A team and better selection. Okay. Okay. I'll try to kind of sum that up, and at the very least, I will talk about the solo player call out. So, of course, with more and more experience, you'll recognize when
overextending, when we break center on short maps, and it breaks the team rejoins. Digging out of that is a nightmare.
Oh no, I was just turning you up a little bit. Can you say that one more time?
Digging out of team spawn splitting because people are crossing the mid of the map too fast. And how to call that out and communicate the slowdown for the team to fix it. Hard.
Okay.
Real hard.
Yeah, no, that's a tough one. Hold on, I gotta, because there's like 3 elements to that. I'm trying to make sure I remember when I say something.
Like you're in the process of just getting rolled at that point, and how to fix it.
It's a great question. That's a great question, because that used to, like, that doesn't happen to me, or I don't get flustered about that so much anymore, but I used to get flustered about that all the time. And so I'm just trying to think about like what I'm doing differently now versus, back then.
Gotcha.
It's 2 things. That's
what that's about.
Yeah. Okay, so the first thing, let me just go ahead and rephrase your question. So AK is wondering about, okay, well, look, we're just repeatedly getting split spawn. And we're just in this whole cycle of the enemy team just pushing us on splits. 4v2, 4v1, flipping spawn, getting to the opposite spawn so fast that it's still a mismatch. It's 4v2, 4v3 at most. And one person, it always feels horrible when you're the one person that continuously is getting split spawn because you're 7 seconds off of the rest of your team. 7 seconds being the amount of time that we set for the timer to die and then respawn, right? The first thing, comms. The comms got to be crispy in the sense of everybody has to come to terms with the fact that we're being split spawn right now. Because if everybody's not on the same page with that, then everybody's just going to keep on running around with no head on, just W keying everywhere, whether they're trying to get back to the rest of the team or whether they're just kind of in a losing mindset of, hey, we just need to like push this and maybe we can come out on top by just like, 3v4 in this or like 2v4 in this and then clutching up or something like that. The better way to go about that is first, like I said, calm so that everybody can just settle down, recognize what's happening, slow things down. Slow things down, both as the 3 people versus 4, and the 1 person versus 4, right? I showed that clip a while back of me getting split spawn on dead cliffs at trucks, and I ended up taking out 3 people and survived. I showed the clip a little bit earlier. I'm trying to piece together the context so you guys can follow. I showed the clip a little bit earlier, and hold on, I need to make sure that my YouTube chat is up. There we go. I showed the clip a little bit earlier, right? Of the concept of when you're in kind of a losing, what is perceived as a losing battle. You're surrounded by 3 people, you're getting pushed. And so it's about slowing things down, giving yourself and your team the best opportunity possible, even though the default of what is about to occur is that you're about to die. Well, there's always action to be taken. There's always action to be taken to give yourself and your team the best opportunity. And so some of those actions, right? I was at trucks, dead cliffs, getting pushed by 3 people, but they made the mistake of pushing me one by one. I made the good decision, like I have lately, to play on Titan with a barricade. And so I just took those 1v1s back to back to back, and came out on top because they made mistakes. So you're trying to, it's a disadvantage because it's objectively a disadvantage to go 1v3. So then you're just looking for luck. You're looking for opportunities, but you're also putting yourself in the best opportunity to take advantage of luck if they decide to, for example, push you 1v1 each at a time instead of push you all together 3v1 in spawn so that they have the actual numbers to come out on top, the probability to come out on top. So 1, put yourself in a position, in the best position possible with your kit to try to make something happen. Try to read using that game sense and that knowledge, try to read as much as you can to try to split people, try to slice that pie, like I was talking about a little bit earlier, to try to only expose yourself to one person at a time so that you can get a trade. Because trades are the enemy of anybody pushing like 4v1. If you're pushing 3v1, 4v1, and you trade, the math doesn't work out for you there, dog. Like, what was the point of that as a team if you're just going to like lose 1 for 1, right? So in doing so, you're also slowing things down. The longer, this is the next part, I was talking about slowing things down. The longer that you take to get wiped, at the very least, trade or not, then that allows your teammates to then catch up. If you're the focus, right? If you're the focus of that split spawn, then the longer you stay alive, the more damage you get. Even if you die and don't take out anybody, then you give your enemy, your team, the amount of time that they need to come up on the backside and pinch. Say you take 1 or 2 out, then man, that's a 3v2, right? If we're playing 4s, that's a 3v2. Now we got the advantage. Now we're splitting spawns. Now you're definitely going to spawn with your team in that same spawn, right? Then say, for example, you don't even take anybody out and it's a 3v4. Your team is coming up behind them and it's 3v4, but you got damage in. You drew them deeper into spawn into a kind of a pinched position, So say, for example, like I said, it's trucks. and you go all the way in the back of trucks, all the way at lockers in the back, and you're taking fights back there. You get a couple people weak. Well, now by the time your team comes up, they're posted up at an elevated position inside of A, right there at the door. Plenty of cover, plenty of ways to peek shot, plenty of ways to just hold that. Say, for example, we got no drops off of that. No drops off of that. Well, they're still stuck or rotating through trucks as well. What does that do? Gives you time to spawn up, to get back to the rest of your team, right? Because the enemy team, even though they have 4 people, they have to wait until they get recovery because you did a little bit of damage. Even though you didn't get a trade, you got a little bit of damage, which means they can't just push directly in 4v3, especially if your team has a good position on elevation. You know, they're likely just going to rotate through trucks. You know, that's 7 seconds. That's enough time for you to spawn at mills and immediately just go ahead and go. Get back with your rest of your team and just reset. And then as far as your team getting pushed 4v3 on the opposite side of that, same sort of thing. You got even more of an agency and ability to just hunker down. 3v4 is not bad, especially if you spawn up with the spawn protection elements with cover. Bait time. Bait time. The enemy of, like, your enemy when you're getting split spawn is just rushing too much, just being too quick to just go run in and die. You know, make them work for that shit. Make them work for it, and then claw yourself the way out. So that's what it is. What's good, respect? The last thing that I wrote down for that as well is another good example is dead cliffs, catwalk. Say you spawn at mills. You spawn at mills by yourself. The rest of your team spawns at A, right? Over there, trucks and whatnot in the building. Oftentimes I tell, yo, run trucks. AK, get out of mills. You're getting pushed by 4 people. Run trucks. I'm sorry, not run trucks. Run catwalk. Come down catwalk. We'll meet you at the window at the side of A. We'll meet you at the door at the side of A. It does not matter whether you get out or not. That call out right there is, I hope you get out. I hope you get out. But if you don't, anybody chasing you down that lane right there, especially if you take it wide on catwalk, anybody chasing you down that, we are literally at that door right there, gunning anybody that peeks to come up behind you. So even if you end up dying, there's a good chance you just baited the enemy team directly into our line of fire. So these are just little things you can do to flip it, both individually and as a team. But that's why I make those call outs that, by the way, rarely ever anybody ever makes. But that's why I often make those call outs like, yo, come this particular direction, because you're trying to bait the enemy team. Whether you live or die, you're trying to bait the enemy team directly into your team so that, you know, there's at worst, hopefully there's a trade out, you know, and the numbers align. So hopefully that answers the question. The mental game of digging out of a losing game is a good one. So AK is wondering, hey, what's the mental game of digging out of a losing game? It's the same mental that you have with regards to like digging out of like a 1v3. You're putting yourself in a situation where it's just one engagement at a time. You know, people get so focused on the high level, I got to win this game, we got to win this game, that they lose sight of giving all their energy to the engagement that is directly in front of them. So when you're trying to dig out and you're trying to claw back from 20 down, and we've done it before in Clash, you literally lock in, you get hella coordinated, and you take it one individual and team engagement at a time. And the more that you think and get, you know, subconsciously, the more experience you get and the more intention you play with, to the point where you're almost always giving yourself the best opportunity to come out on top. All that adds up. All that adds up. All those numbers add up. All those times where you ended up getting split spawn, but you got a trade, those numbers add up in your favor. Excuse me. So it's just a numbers game. And if you just keep on doing that and just stacking up those individual evens, like trades, as far as score, and clawing back one at a time, then if the game is not like so close that it's going to be over soon, then you'll slowly creep up. You'll win engagements as a team. Okay, we got 4, they got 3. We got 4, They got 2. We got 4. They got 4. It's a wipe. But we're slowly clawing back 1 point at a time. And so the mental is that you're not focusing on the game. You're focusing on the next engagement. And the more you can give your all to those individual engagements, whether it be like individual team engagements or individual like solo engagements that you're getting into, and keeping, you know, the frame of mind that you got to play your life and just try to out damage them, and then rely on your teammates to ensure that they get those cleanups when they're fully healthy, then yeah. And then I think the last thing that I'll say is baiting. When a team gets up by so much, they get loose. They get sloppy. You got to recognize that, and you got to take advantage of it. Recognize that, man, they're just pushing like haphazardly now. They're up 20, and they're just pushing one by one. They're just going full speed in. They're splitting off of 2s and all types of stuff that you just wouldn't do if you're playing like a really disciplined game. And then you just utilize a strategy in order to just take advantage of that. Bait them in and take advantage of it. Let me see. Medusa says, oh, no. Okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Next question. Yeah, we'll do rotations tomorrow. Somebody was asking about exotic pieces. That's autumn. And of course, you can go to build crafting for that. Build crafting section in the Discord. All right, good. I think we got him. Does anybody else in chat have a question, or anybody else in the VC, the call, have a question? And I'll wait for a second while I check my phone. Hold on. How to get rich, handsome, and jacked. Mindset when being improvement focused. Okay. Always good, you know, to reiterate that improvement is about like the journey. I know it sounds corny, but it really is. You have to be addicted to the journey, not the destination. You have to be addicted to the journey, not the destination. You have to enjoy the process, not the destination. You have to be focused not on overall improvement, but, you know, like where's the improvement week to week, right? Month to month. It's recognizing and like giving yourself grace, because improvement is not a straight line. Right? Some like it's you know, one step forward, sometimes one step back. A lot of times I would say it's 2 steps forward, it's 1 step back. Sometimes I would say like a few times a year, it's 1 giant step forward. You got to double down on that. Play a lot of games at that point. Play a lot of games. When you make big jumps like that and you recognize that, you have to play a lot of games in order to like maintain that, because you have to figure out like, man, like, why did I make this big jump? This is kind of important. So I've never said this before, so I'll say this. Why did I make this big jump? And how can I maintain this across a bunch of different like lobbies, variety of lobbies and skill of lobbies? So when you make a big jump, you don't want to take a break if you can avoid it. You want to play a lot of games, get a lot of reps, and that's going to solidify that big jump. But mindset-wise, improvement mindset-wise, yeah, it really is about setting expectations, giving yourself grace, and just recognition on how the improvement process, like how the normal improvement process works. It's not a straight line. And sometimes it is a plateau as well. And that's another time where you either maybe like take a break. That helps with plateaus. or something else that helps with plateaus, because I was talking to my folks when I was doing and they reminded me of this when I was doing aim training a little bit, just for fun, because I'm not, it's not normally part of my routine, but it is fun. Is do something else. Example I'll give you is when I was playing Destiny 2 and then I switched over to Apex. I came back from Apex and I was better at Destiny 2 after Apex, because Apex just made me work on different skill sets that I wasn't working on in Destiny 2, but it still ended up being beneficial. So when I was aim training a little bit, people were just like, hey, I see, you know what I'm saying, like, you're plateauing a little bit. And I was like, well, I'm also just tired. This was like a 16-hour stream or something like that. But it was still very relevant what they said. I think it was like Rivalent or something like that, or Relevant. Hey, you should go, then you should, if you want, you should go work on your tracking for a little bit and then come back to this. Because oftentimes if you end up like switching it up a little bit like that, but still working on something, it can benefit, you know, the thing that you're truly focused on. And that's why I make the like Destiny 2 to Apex, you know, analogy. So, yeah. But you got to be, I think the number one thing to answer your question with regards to the mindset when being improvement focused is you have to enjoy, you have to love the process, you have to love the journey, and you have to love it and enjoy it more than the destination. You can't be focused on the destination. Like oftentimes people are so focused on the destination that not only does it just give them a lot of anxiety, but they just start cheating. That's what cheaters do. They focus on the destination. They're not in love with the process. They're in love with the destination. That is like the number one like ploy. Well, that's how people. That's of why people cheat. So, yeah, ethical hoopers only. I even break it down sometimes from engagement to engagement. I'll notice I'll win a duel that I won based on skill or playing my cover and recognize that I made the proper changes and we're making progress. Exactly. If you're able to do that, that's why VOD review is so great, because you see so many things from, what is that? Is that a third person perspective? Is that what it is? You see so many things from
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, thanks, Dad.
Yeah, essentially a third. I hate you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, you see things from like a bird's eye view perspective, a third person perspective that you would never see like in the moment, you know. So that's important for recognizing your improvement, but also, yeah, it's just great. Like VOD review, your own gameplay review is the number one tool for sure for most people, to both see improvement and also to improve, and recognize where you can improve, for sure. Because so much of it can be like reasoned through. I can tell you a bunch of stuff from my experience, most definitely, but I guarantee you, so many of you folks are smart enough. You can recognize it on your own if you just watch the VOD. Some stuff not so much, you know, and this is why we do it. So cool. Any other questions? This is the day for you guys. It's the day for you guys. Supported by AK, if I remember correctly, my goat, out here supporting this particular boot camp. And of course, I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. and we'll do it again. But tomorrow will be the lab's practical day, where we'll actually get boots on the ground. And I'll have some goats come through, help out with some positioning. We'll show some positioning and we'll talk about rotations. Tomorrow's going to be a big positioning and rotations day. And then, as usual, it'll be any questions that you guys have in the moment, because I'm pretty good at Johnny on the spot, so we can talk about it, you know. But cool. I wonder if can I ask a question in this chat? I can type it at Twitch. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Crody. Yeah, I actually just so happened to be like on the screen, so I saw it. So that's perfect. Go ahead and ask it right there, and I got you. And this will be the last question. Will there be some games? Yeah, if we have time tomorrow, then we'll play some games as well. We'll get some reps in. And I'll say this as well. If I see if folks are taking the initiative, if my ones and twos are taking the initiative, and I see, you know, like more ones and twos lobbies happening on their own, that tells me that there's interest and that there is a motivation, that people are invested at the ones and twos level to improving. Then we can definitely have more ones and twos on stream, right? Where either I'll spectate and hang out with you guys and, you know, answer any questions or whatever else, or I'll do, you know, something similar to what I did before, which is, you know, I'll lead a team. Oh, it froze. Okay, I got you. Thank you. Give me 1 second. It did not unfreeze. One sec. There we go. 1s and 2s is the labs level. So there's three labs levels. There's level 1, which is folks that are a little newer to PvP. Is that focus right? There you go. Yeah. For folks who are a little newer to PvP. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Levels. There you go. Easy. Forgot about that command. Yeah, currently it's Q&A. Yeah. So, last question. So, Brody asks, there's a video with patty cakes where you said, oh, yeah, that's right. Man, I think there's a command for it. Hold on. I'll find it and post it in here. Just because if I reference it, I want to put it there. Hold on. So Cody says there's a video with patty cakes. Let's just make sure my YouTube chat is back up. There's a video with patty cakes where you said you just played Scrims consistently and you improved immensely. Would you still say that that is the best way? Yes, I would still say that's the best way. There's two sides to that. Two sides to that. It depends on where you start from. Trying to think. No. Yeah. Yes, I would still say that that's the way. Yeah. Like play Scrims consistently for a while and you will improve immensely. Why? Because Scrims is the most punishing PvP environment that exists. It will punish, especially as you play against higher and higher level players. Why? Because you're so punished. It's two things. You're punished for mistakes so heavily that you very, very quickly recognize what works and what doesn't. It's important to try to find scrim levels around your scrim level or just above your scrim level, actually, or just above your skill level, experience level, so that you can rise to that level. You don't want to obviously play against goats straight out the gate because then you won't really be able to discern like what you need to do to improve. But yes, it's just such a punishing environment that you quickly, get knocked. You get knocked really quickly. It just forces you, you know what I'm saying, to make different decisions. And those decisions oftentimes are the right decisions. And those are the objectively fundamental decisions. And then, like I said, you just end up building on that in pubs. Whenever you're able to then equip whatever, instead of the restricted sandbox that exists in Scrims, you still maintain the fundamentals that you learn in Scrims, and they still apply. Because what the wider sandbox gives you, right? What the wider sandbox gives you is forgiveness, right? 3 targeting, targeting on a sniper, unflinching on a sniper and stuff like that. Well, if you just hit your shot, I mean, you know, it sounds harsh, but you could just also just hit your shot. You know, if you're in the right position with the right reticle placement with the sniper, and you have the right game sense to recognize that somebody's coming out, then you're not gonna like I'm not saying you won't get flinched or they won't get a shot on you to the point where you get. There's less likelihood that you're gonna not get that shot off, that accurate shot off first, to the point where you don't even have to worry about getting flinched half the time because they're just dead. They're just dead. So what, you know, unflinching mods give you, what extra targeting gives you, is it gives you forgiveness. So once you're able to equip that stuff again in pubs, it just makes it even more easier, but you just become like that much better. And then, you know, you get forgiveness on stuff that you can less so control. You can't control Peeker's advantage because somebody is lagging a little bit compared to you, or there's latency between you and somebody else. You can't control that. What you can control, you know, you control better because, you know, you played scrims and you played in an environment where you learn the fundamentals to give yourself the best opportunity in pubs. You'll start seeing me more active. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Yeah. One thing that I'll say, you know, to kind of like close things off. Medusa says, I do have a question. Even though I'm pretty much retiring from Destiny, I can still support you, right? Of course. What are you talking about? Yeah, of course. I ain't going nowhere. And then on top of that, Medusa, like, we're like, if you enjoy, you know, the Destiny content, I mean, you know, streaming really is about the personality first and foremost. So you love being here. I love having you here, like, period. That is irrelevant of, I mean, even if I'm just chatting, you know, that's irrelevant of any game. So just love having you here, and I appreciate you. And of course, we'll still be playing Destiny 2, but we'll be playing some variety as well. If you got a game that you'd really enjoy seeing me play, then, you know, I can throw it on the list. Plenty of people have done that, but yeah, I just love having you here. And breaks are good. And there's plenty of people here that, you know, lurk or hang out and haven't played the game in, you know, months or like a year or something like that. And we still kick it just because we're just one big community, you know? So, oh, we still got more questions, huh? All right, Arius has got a question for us. Arius, you are not a level 1 or 2. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, sorry, bud. Let's see. Okay, I was joking. He said, wait, long one. Oftentimes when entering into scrims for the first time, it can be a pretty overwhelming environment. Do you have any advice for level 1s or 2s when entering labs for the first time? Mindset advice, immediate game knowledge, or mental mind plays. Set expectations, man. Like, this goes out to everybody. Level 1, level 2, level 3, it don't matter. Set expectations. Get your ego in check. Get your ego in check. It's rare that somebody comes through. They've never done scrims before. They can be a goat in pubs. Never done scrims before, and they're out here just absolutely frying everybody that is regularly playing scrims. That just doesn't happen. Check it. Check your ego is the first thing. That's everybody, right? Set expectations. In doing so, set expectations that this is a punishing environment. Give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. Give yourself grace, man. Like, every game ain't gonna be a banger. Every game ain't gonna be an L, right? And just focus on the journey. Focus on the journey. And know as well that in this environment here, at least in my Discord with labs, in my community, you will improve. If you need something, if there is a moderation thing, if somebody is being sideways to you or something like that, all you got to do is hit me up or hit another mod up. But all you got to do is hit me up and I'll take care of it, or at the very least, guide you in the right direction. Make sure that you read the What is Labs area of the Discord, right? Because these are the standards that I've set for the lab sub community. So if anything is happening that is counter to any of this in particular right here, you come to me and I take care of it. Or, like I said, guide you in the right direction. Because sometimes somebody hits me up about something. It's rare, because most times people hit me up and I'm exactly the person they should be hitting me up. They should be hitting up. But sometimes somebody hits me up and I'm just like, well, that's something that you should hash out with, in an adult manner with this other community member. But overwhelming majority of the time when folks hit me up in my DMs, it's because of something that I gotta mediate myself. So yeah, that's two. Set expectations based on this right here. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, and just recognize this is something huge. Recognize that recognize that it takes reps, man. It takes reps, man. You can't just jump in labs on stream and then expect that because you jumped in labs a couple times this month or something like that, that you're going to play well in the lobbies that play labs on stream. The people that Auris is playing labs 24/7, man. You know what I'm saying? Milk playing labs 24/7, like even off stream. So it's just like, you got to get in reps, set expectations. You're not just going to be able to jump into labs on stream and pop off. Most people, especially as like a less experienced players, you have to get in reps. People like I said, Milk, like Lumi, they are constantly in labs, and that's why they have improved so quickly to the degree that they can hop in to labs on stream. And maybe you didn't know that they were this good, but Milk wasn't that good last year like that. But now Milk be popping. I'll gladly have Milk on my team, trying to push him to like top frag so we can win this game. So it's just like, yeah, reps. Cowboy, same sort of way. I ain't got no problem rocking with Cowboy any game. Milk has gotten so good so quickly, but watching his gameplay, I see why. Honestly, him coming from CS:GO, I see why. Honestly, yeah. I play pubs with training weights. Hey, me too. But yeah, I think those are the biggest things right there. But you have to get reps in, and if you're not getting reps in consistently in labs, at least doing it on stream with me like a lot. Noah is a good example. I don't know if Noah actually does too much labs when it's not with me, which is completely fine. But I do labs like majority of the week on stream, so he's in most of those sessions. But reps, and set expectations that if you're not getting in consistent reps in a week because of anything, everybody's got life. I'm not judging, but because of anything, you got to set expectations appropriately. That if you hop into labs on stream, that these people are here like damn near every day. People are doing labs, and some of these people are doing labs more than I do. So, yeah, dub, most definitely. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think one of the biggest things is going into those games with an improvement mindset. That's true. Yeah, most definitely. That's definitely like part of it. I told you got to be in love with the journey, not the destination. But I've said that a bunch, but what I haven't said a bunch is you got to set expectations. If you ain't doing labs, if you're not in scrims, several, like 2-3 times a week, then got to set expectations that you're not going to be popping when you just jump in every once in a while on stream. The improvement takes a good amount of reps. The people that are scrimming like all the time, that's why they're really good. Who was it? It was one of my goats, like one of my tourney players that comes through every once in a while. Like he just drilled it down. When I was chatting with him on stream one time, he's just like, look, like I'm one of the best people in the game, and legitimately he is. But I'm literally playing like almost every single day. And these are the people that are tourney players. So don't expect any different of yourself. And don't expect any different of both your experience and the results whenever you hop into labs. It is definitely based off of reps. And yeah. I think I saw like one more question here. What would you suggest to a player that usually is on higher end of damage but doesn't always result in kills? Better comms. High damage, that doesn't convert to eliminations like kills, right? Is about comms, and it's about I think it's comms and positioning. Those are the two things: comms and positioning. I say these things because so much of this stuff I can just like so many of these questions are just relatable because I've just been through like damn near all of it. And so I know that if I have high damage, but they aren't being converted into kills, then that means that I am split and choosing to be split. I'm getting a lot of damage, and my position for getting the damage is great, but I'm getting like team shot or something like that, and I'm not able to convert, or I'm getting the damage and people are hiding behind cover and playing their lives really well. But I'm not getting the conversion because I'm not ensuring that the damage that I'm getting, right, is being cleaned up on another angle by my teammates, which means I need to get them involved, which leads me back to comms. So it's a combination of the two. So even as a solo player, I should always join VC? No. Lavelle, yeah, I need another black expert. One sec. Is Lavelle Lorenzo? What is that? Does that sound like a black person? Lavelle, are you black?
Dude, that's a 50-50.
That's a 50-50, right? Lorenzo fucked me up. It was the Lorenzo that fucked me up. Lavelle, that's like LeVar Burton. Like dead ass, that sound black. You feel me?
Like Lorenzo's doing the heavy lifting.
It can't. He said, "I'm definitely black."
Never mind. My fault.
Okay. Yeah. Do not jump into VC always, brother. Let me just go ahead and close those DMs, brother. If you're a woman, if you're LGBTQA, close those DMs, yo. No, you definitely should not be always joining VC with random ass people. But man, solo play is a thing. That's a beast. All right, so with solo play, you just there's two things, man. It's a lot. Y'all gonna keep me with these questions all night long. So with solo play, you have to set different expectations, right? You have to set different expectations. You can't expect to win. You can't expect for your teammates to coordinate with you. You lead by example. So hopefully your teammates see that you're making the right choices, see that you're making impactful plays, and choose to follow suit. That's how you communicate with them, is through your actions and through good positioning and through your impact. Whether they want to listen to that or not is completely up to them. And you set expectations that may or may not happen, and therefore you may or may not win the game. Then you just play, you do play selfishly, not in the sense of you're baiting your teammates, but you do take good positions. You know, you do play your life accordingly. You do take the eliminations that you're given, and then you do just keep a strong mental that you need to play smart. Whether that conversion happens or not, you still need to be alive. That's the point. Whether that conversion, whether that elimination happens or not, you still need to stay alive as best you can. So yeah, I haven't played with another person in probably like 2 years. Yeah, that's fair. There's a lot of solo players, and that's a totally valid way to play, and it's enjoyable for me to play at times as well. So totally relatable. I don't know how many more questions you can answer. I mean, you know, I'm here. And as long as people are here and people are enjoying and getting value from it, I'll try to be here. When things are not exactly going your way, snipe through flinch, getting gunned. This is a good question. Constantly split spawn. Interaction is just not going your way. Basically feels like you can't do anything. What advice do you have for players in this situation? The easy advice that I always give is the same advice that I give myself. It's just like, well, first of all, give yourself grace. You hear me all the time. It's just like, and y'all see it sometimes when I'm right. Most times I'm right. Sometimes I'm just frustrated. I try to correct myself the best that I can and try to stay humble with it. But you see it. Shotgun. Won't kill. Whiffs. Shotgun won't fire. Consecration's been fucking up lately. Like, I can't, what is that about? I have no clue why it won't, like, I don't know. Lag, latency, you can't control that stuff, man. You can't control that stuff. So it's just like, there are those games where even if the game is operating perfectly, which oftentimes we know Destiny 2 PvP does not, but even say, for example, it is operating perfectly under the hood. They just got your number, man. You know, it's like being a superstar in the NBA. They have literally, it's like Steph Curry, you know? They have literally, like, the coach has literally just set up the whole gameplay to minimize your impact. What does Steph Curry do? He goes out there and he just uses his gravity, right? He uses his gravity to get his teammates open and to create opportunities for his teammates. It's the same way here. Whenever things are not going my way, whether it be, the game operating correctly or not, or I'm just playing like shit, which is equally possible, right? Who am I looking at? I'm looking at Aureus top fragging. I'm looking at Aureus playing at his best for the day. I'm looking at Aureus with just GOAT positioning. I'm looking at Aureus with the most conversions, the most damage in the lobby, 10K, 12K damage, some shit like that. And what am I doing? I'm doubling down on Aureus. I know I check my ego to the point where I know I don't have to be the playmaker or I can't be the playmaker of this game. And I'm looking for who is the playmaker of this game. And then I go support their push, right? I say it all the time. It's just like, if you're having a tough time, especially as a less experienced player, if you're having a tough time, then you're just utilizing the gravity of K-Bron. You're utilizing the gravity of Aureus. You're utilizing the gravity of Milk. You're utilizing whoever is top fragging, whoever is making the most impact, whoever's got those crispy call-outs, those crispy rotations, whoever is getting, you always see them getting like 1 and 2 down or whatnot. You just stick next to them. You're not in their strafe lane or whatnot, but you stick next to them. Because if you get damage next to them, I mean, they're already like taking out people on their own, right? So it means if you stick within their gravity, you're safer. If you get damage within their gravity, that means those are likely going to be like even more potent eliminations, because Aureus was getting eliminations by himself. He was getting damage by himself. Say, for example, Aureus is get 12K damage, but yet he's got like a 1.0 or some shit like that. He ain't getting no help, but he's got 12K damage. What am I going to do? I ain't doing nothing. I'm playing like shit. I'm going to go over and I'm going to just support his push. Now that damage ends up getting converted to eliminations, right? So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. All right. That sounds like an anchor team role, high damage, no kills comms for your team to move around you. Yeah, but it does require your team to move around you and to recognize that they need to convert. Can't always depend upon that, of course, in pubs, playing solo or whatnot. But like I said, that's why you got to set expectations appropriately for when you play solo in pubs. It's just like, you can't expect, when I go play trials by myself or whatnot, when I go play comp by myself, I do not expect to win games, and I do not stress about winning games. The only thing that I'm focused on is this engagement in front of me and just trying to claw my way to a W. And if my teammates want to follow suit and make better decisions or make good decisions or circle around me and, get conversions, it's not going to really change what I do outside of, I will, of course, try to play around them, but I'm not going to make a decision or double down on their bad decision or double down on their bad positioning. It happens. It happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, you can quickly realize like who on your team, as far as a blueberry, is just taking up good positions and, getting conversions, getting good damage most times. Should I full auto my hand cannon or nah? I don't, but I don't know if you should or not. I don't think you should, but maybe somebody in here full autos their hand cannon. I don't know.
Let them suffer.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't. All right. Did I miss any questions, everybody? I'm gonna double down and say this again for my 1s and 2s. You gotta play, man. You gotta play. You can't make excuses about not playing. I've set up and I am invested in continuing to set up anything that you guys need that's within my power to ensure that you guys have an atmosphere that is encouraging, supportive, mentoring, informative, and a structure that allows you guys to ping and get games and do whatever, like to get those lobbies that are going to support your improvement journey. But I need to, like, you got to play, and you got to coordinate with me if you need something that you're not getting, so that it'll be incentive for you to play. But if you're not going to be setting up, you see what these nerds are doing, like every other day. They're setting up their own lobbies. That's why they play all the time, is because they make friends and they set up their own lobbies. Half the time somebody comes through because it's a ping, of the actual level itself. But the other half of the time, like, I don't know, like Milk is just gonna hit up Dove in the DMs because they're friends, right? And in the end, irrelevant of labs, like that's what it's all about. It's building community and friends. But within the context specifically of like labs and making lobbies, it's just like if you know of another player around your skill level, 1 or 2, connect with them. If they don't respond to the 1 or 2 ping, it's just like, yo, can we get in, you know what I'm saying, like some labs or whatnot? Can we start to build like a lobby? Can we get in some 1v1s? You know, you want to play trials together? Maybe let's try to pick up another like, you know, level 2 or something like that. And let's try to, you know, get something done. That's how lobbies form. That's how you get better. But that part has to be up to you. I can only build the framework because you don't want me in your lobbies. You don't need me in your lobbies. It ain't going to be helpful most times for me to be in your lobbies. So I can't set up your games other than if folks want to pay me $100 a session or something like that for me just to sit there and watch your games and give improvement tips. Sure, I'm open to something like that, but just saying, y'all can just also set it up and then you get the reps and then you can just jump in on the stream because you'll be good enough to hold your own in these lobbies, just like AK. Also, if people aren't nice, others won't join. So make sure you're nice. Big facts. And if somebody is not nice, people, I'm going to double down and say that again, like 1000%. If somebody is being an asshole to you, egoing you, if somebody is on the comms and they're being a dick, if somebody's on the comms talking to you like these idiots talk to you in pubs, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Hey, get over here to me. If somebody is not being constructive on the comms, please DM me. I got you. Because I don't do that shit, man. Yeah, I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Somebody will get a DM, a conversation from me. And it has happened and it will happen again. And I will be DMing them immediately. And then I will DM you back and confirm and let you know exactly how that went. You know what I'm saying? Cowboy knows. Cowboy's one of my eyes and ears. So I'm just saying, man, like I advocate, I encourage everybody to keep me posted because I can't ensure this is a safe and encouraging environment if folks don't let me know when it's not safe and encouraging. I'm not, omnipresent. But Amory's absolutely right. Y'all see how we run this chat right here. We do not suffer jackasses. Like there aren't many second chances like here. I'm not so starved for viewers, money or otherwise. You see how I do my content, you know what I'm saying? Like I stick to my bubble. I stick to quality people. I build one quality person at a time. What does that require? That means that there are probably like 9 people, not 9 people. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But they're probably like out of 10, you know, I'm keeping, 2, 3 people, 4 people, 6 people either just choose to not come around themselves anymore or, I kick them out because I'm not trying to suffer dumb shit. And I'll also say there's plenty of people here that are used to that scrim atmosphere, with some very toxic elements, but then come to realize what we do here and they just don't do any of that shit here. And I love those people too. Because everybody just reads the room and those people are smart enough to read the room, personable enough to read the room. And I love having those people here too, because a lot of those people, switch it up and they're just like super mentoring and super, cool. So yeah. Don't you push-ups, by the way? Shit, I'll do them before the end of the stream. Why'd you remind me? Because I forgot. The stream forgot. What are you doing, Waltz? Crazy. Hell yeah. Too old for dumb shit, man. Too old for dumb shit. Even if I was 10 years younger, I'd still be too old for dumb shit. It's like, come on now, man. Come on now. But just know, you know what I'm saying? The same dumb shit that you guys don't enjoy, I don't enjoy it either. I'm on your side. But you got to let me know. I can't do anything. You got to let Emery know. Exactly. Yeah, Walt never forgets, man. It's crazy. This dude got a goat memory too, man. I can't stand him. All right. Any other questions, everybody? Or am I doing my 10 push-ups and then I gotta go? Hold on. Hope you guys found value in the session today. Let's see. Oh, Did you send it to me? Is the video good?
no, man, I'm not gonna. It had one. It was like, what was he saying? It was oh, they just let anybody in here. And that was like pretty much all of it.
Gotcha. Yeah. I feel like we had better ones in the chat.
Yeah. I think the people did better.
Yeah. I got time for dumb shit. Just be ready for me to shovel some shit back with you as quick as and sometimes I gotta shut you down. Cowboy, you be stepping quick sometimes, bro. I'm just like, yo, how about you let me handle this, Cowboy? God damn, bro. I'm telling you. You could tell Cowboy worked in customer service at some point. Dead ass. All right, let me do these push-ups real quick, man. You better be still here, Glacia, redeeming push-ups when I'm chatting. All right, man. Were you a bouncer for 4 years? I didn't know that. Oh, man. It's always something. I can't hear anything. Hold up. Yo, dead ass. Hey, let him know, Ben. That's true, too. That's definitely true. Yeah. If you think I don't mess around, Amory really don't mess around. Do not. I honestly love it when people test Amory because, god damn. You don't want to do that, man. That is a witty lady with no patience. All right. Cool, man. Let's see who we're going to toss it over to. But this was a good session. I'll see everybody tomorrow around 1 p.m. Let's see here. This was a good session. Tomorrow we'll do the labs practical side of things. We'll drop down on some of these maps, talk about positioning. Sergio's playing attorney right now? Okay. I think I owe him a host anyway, so that's good. And Sergio is Sayu, right? Just want to make sure. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yes.
All right. Oh, what I think of the clip? Yeah. If you don't mind, we could do that tomorrow. Waltz, just remind me tomorrow. All right, you got the socials there. Okay, yeah. And he's a controller player too, so you know, controller players can definitely see what's up. I think that is the latest video, right? Yep. I posted up some gameplay on YouTube, so you'll see that. I'm gonna be doing more with that. Posted some consecration gameplay on Twitter right there. You'll see the link right there. Because people are always saying, Tony, consecration isn't competitive. And I'm just like, yeah, it definitely is. You just have to work with it. It doesn't have the lowest skill floor, so you have to actually adapt, especially against great players. But still great. Still make something work with it. So those are the links if you want to watch some content when I'm off. Big love out to my YouTube folks as well. I'll continue to stream there and continue to do more there as well, and continue to integrate more of our chat together. Yeah, big love. Thanks for supporting me, allowing me to do this. My tier 3s in particular, goats. Say what's up to Say, aka Sergio. I'll see everybody tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, about. And thanks for today. Peace.